When the empath walks away silently, the universe responds with fury. Sometimes walking away is the most powerful thing you can do. These words echo deeply in the hearts of empaths who have given everything love, energy, and understanding to people who could never truly see their worth. But when an empath finally walks away in silence, something extraordinary happens. The universe takes notice. The balance of energy shifts, and everything that was once taken for granted begins to collapse or transform. This video on spiritual wisdom reveals the mysterious and spiritual truth behind what Carl Jung called the withdrawal of projection, the moment you reclaim your power and the world responds. Have you ever experienced the universe reacting after you walked away from someone or something? Share your story in the comments below, and let's awaken together to the higher meaning of letting go. 1. The psychological nature of the quiet exit. Carl Jung once described the withdrawal of projections as one of the most profound psychological shifts in human relationships. When an empath silently walks away, it's not an act of revenge or pride, but a spiritual awakening born from exhaustion and clarity. For years, the empath has carried emotional weight that was never theirs to hold, offering endless explanations, forgiveness, and compassion to those who only took without truly seeing. But there comes a moment when the soul grows tired of bleeding for others, when peace becomes more valuable than connection, and silence becomes the loudest declaration of truth. In that quiet detachment, the empath stops being emotionally available, stops saving others from the consequences of their own actions, and stops being the mirror through which others avoid seeing their flaws. It is in this withdrawal that Jung's theory comes alive. The empath's absence forces others to confront their own shadows, their pain, and their unhealed wounds that were long disguised by the presence of someone endlessly patient. The silence of the empath is not empty. It is full of truth, full of power, and full of meaning. It is a sacred space where energy recalibrates itself. When the empath no longer explains or defends, the world that once relied on their light begins to feel the coldness of its own darkness. The person who once took their warmth for granted begins to feel the void left behind, and in that void, they meet themselves. This is the fury of the universe, not anger in the human sense, but a cosmic rebalancing, an energetic correction. What was hidden beneath emotional dependency now rises to the surface. The absence of the empath becomes the teacher, forcing the other person to awaken or remain trapped in denial. This process is not punishment, but purification. It's how the universe restores harmony to relationships that were built on imbalance. Through this silence, the empath reclaims their power, remembering that their role was never to save others, but to awaken themselves. In the field of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this moment marks a turning point. The empath begins to understand that love without boundaries leads to depletion, that kindness without discernment leads to self-erasure, and that true compassion must begin with self-respect. Walking away, then, is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the recognition that energy must flow both ways or not at all. And when that flow stops, the universe intervenes, using the empath's departure as the catalyst for growth in everyone involved. The one who walks away learns the beauty of stillness, the serenity of detachment, and the quiet power of saying nothing. The one who is left behind is given a mirror, painful, honest, and transformative. Jung once said, Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. When the empath withdraws, the unconscious becomes visible. What was once denied now demands healing. What was once taken for granted now becomes a lesson. This is why the universe responds with intensity when an empath walks away silently. It's not fury against the empath, but fury against delusion. The silent exit breaks cycles that words never could. It ends emotional patterns that logic could never touch. The empath's silence is both a boundary and a blessing. It teaches through absence what presence could not achieve. And in this process, both sides evolve. The empath rises into alignment with their higher self, while the other is left to confront the spiritual truth they had long ignored. This is not a story of loss. It's a story of balance, a sacred dance between energy, consciousness, and transformation. It's how the universe restores order when love has been misused, and how silence becomes the voice of the soul reclaiming its divine peace. 2. The empath as a psychological container. Empaths are not just sensitive souls. They are emotional alchemists, spiritual containers who unconsciously absorb the pain, anger, and despair of others. Their hearts act like magnets for human suffering, pulling in what others cannot handle and transforming it through silent compassion. What begins as kindness often turns into servitude. Their empathy becomes emotional labor for those who offer only conditional love in return. Love that says, "I'll stay as long as you keep healing me." This creates a subtle form of bondage, a codependent cycle where the empath gives endlessly while receiving only crumbs of appreciation. In the name of peace, they learn to carry the chaos of others, mistaking exhaustion for love and silence for strength. They become addicted to being needed, believing their purpose lies in saving everyone but themselves. Yet in truth, the more they absorb, the less space they have for their own light to breathe. Over time, this quiet self-abandonment begins to weigh on the soul. The empath's inner world becomes cluttered with emotions that are not theirs: unresolved pain, hidden rage, forgotten dreams. Their body holds it, their energy field mirrors it, and their spirit whispers for release. Jung would say they have become a vessel for the collective unconscious, holding not only personal suffering, but the emotional shadows of humanity. And while this gift can be sacred, it is also dangerous when unbalanced. Because an empath's open heart becomes a portal without boundaries, everything flows in. Others sense it instinctively. They come to the empath for comfort, validation, and healing, not realizing that every time they do, they are drawing from a well that must eventually run dry. When the empath finally awakens, something shifts. There comes a moment when they no longer wish to carry what isn't theirs. They begin to see that true spirituality is not about absorbing darkness, but transmuting it through awareness. They understand that compassion without boundaries is self-betrayal. And so, without anger or announcement, they walk away. They choose silence not as an escape, but as an act of sacred rebellion. This silence speaks louder than words, echoing through the energetic fabric of the universe. The people who once leaned on their light suddenly feel the weight of their own unhealed wounds. The balance of energy that was once distorted begins to correct itself, and the universe, in its wisdom, responds with fury, not punishment, but justice. It tears down the illusions that sustained false connections, forcing everyone involved to confront their truth. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." For the empath, awakening means seeing how unconscious patterns of overgiving have shaped every relationship. It means realizing that love is not sacrifice, it is equilibrium. The act of walking away becomes the highest expression of spiritual growth. It is the soul reclaiming its space, saying, "I choose to heal without losing myself." In that moment, the empath transforms from a container of pain into a conduit of higher consciousness. They stop carrying the world's suffering and begin radiating pure presence. Their energy, once scattered, becomes centered. Their silence becomes strength, and their detachment becomes divine alignment. What was once servitude becomes sovereignty. What was once emotional exhaustion becomes clarity. And the empath, having learned the sacred balance between compassion and self-respect, finally understands that walking away is not an ending. It is a return to self, a powerful act of spirituality that restores harmony to the soul and to the universe itself. 3. Stages of empathic individuation. The empath's awakening is a sacred rebellion against self-betrayal. When the empath walks away silently, it is not an act of cruelty, but a deep act of spiritual wisdom, an unspoken declaration that the soul can no longer survive in places that demand its light without offering warmth in return. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." For the empath, this moment of awakening is when they finally see how they've been living under the spell of emotional servitude, mistaken as love, and begin to reclaim their power through the 5 stages of empathic individuation. The first stage is clarity, a piercing realization that they have been valued for their emotional labor, not their being. They see how they have been reduced to a function, endlessly providing peace, comfort, and healing, while silently bleeding within. In this moment of clarity, they begin the process Jung called shadow integration, acknowledging the part of themselves that needed to be needed, that equated love with sacrifice, that mistook exhaustion for devotion. There is no coming to consciousness without pain, Jung wrote, and the empath's clarity is indeed painful because it requires seeing the truth. They have betrayed themselves in the name of love. With this awakening comes reorientation. The empath begins to pull back their energy, redirecting it inward instead of constantly outward. The once restless caretaker becomes still, listening for the quiet pulse of their own desires. They begin to understand that empathy without boundaries is self-destruction dressed as kindness. This turning inward is not selfishness, it is healing. They stop explaining, stop overgiving, stop apologizing for their sensitivity, and instead honor it as sacred. In this silence, they start to feel themselves returning home. Jung described this process as becoming the person you were always meant to be. And in this stage, the empath starts to remember who that truly is. Then comes the vacuum effect, a strange and powerful silence that ripples through every relationship they once sustained. When the empath stops carrying the emotional weight of others, the world around them begins to shake. Those who depended on their light feel the void because their own shadows can no longer hide behind the empath's energy. The empath's absence becomes a mirror, reflecting the emotional imbalance that had always existed. This silence is not empty, it is charged with power, and the universe begins to respond. Those who once took advantage begin to feel exposed, confused, and even angry. But this chaos is divine rebalancing, not punishment. As the empath holds their silence, psychological accountability emerges. Without the empath's constant soothing, people are forced to confront their own behavior. The emotional scaffolding collapses, and what remains are raw truths: who truly loves, and who only loved the benefits. This stage can feel brutal, but it is also liberating. Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." Yet the empath's silence leaves no room for avoidance. It compels everyone to meet themselves honestly. The empath no longer cushions lies, no longer mediates other people's chaos, no longer trades their peace for acceptance. Finally, there is psychological sovereignty, the ultimate freedom. The empath, now whole and self-aware, can give love without losing themselves. They no longer rescue from fear or guilt. They offer compassion from strength. Their empathy becomes discerning rather than draining, grounded rather than reactive. They understand that love with boundaries is not less pure. It is more powerful. They are no longer defined by the pain that shaped them, but by the consciousness that freed them. This is the evolution of the awakened empath, the embodiment of Carl Jung's teaching that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Through every stage, from clarity to sovereignty, they realize that walking away silently is not abandonment. It is alignment. It is the soul's way of declaring that peace is no longer negotiable, and that true empathy begins, always, with the self. As we reflect on the stages of empathic individuation, let this moment remind you that silence is not weakness, it's sacred strength. Your presence here means you're awakening to your true spiritual power. Leave a comment. I am walking the path of the awakened empath, as a declaration of your inner transformation. 4. The mirror and the unlived life. The empath's silence is not an escape. It is the purest reflection of truth. When the empath walks away, they don't just leave a room or a relationship. They leave behind a mirror that forces others to face their unlived life, the emotions they've buried, the lessons they've avoided, and the growth they've postponed. Their silence echoes louder than any confrontation, for it reveals what words can't disguise. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The empath's quiet withdrawal is that moment when fate meets truth, when the unconscious becomes undeniable. Their absence becomes a spiritual mirror, one that doesn't flatter, but exposes. In that mirror, others see the pain they projected, the love they mishandled, the parts of themselves they've long neglected. The empath, who once absorbed every storm with compassion, now stands still, no longer feeding what drains them. Their silence shakes the very foundation of those who depended on their energy, for it was the empath's light that once illuminated their darkness. Without that light, shadows become visible. This is not revenge for its divine equilibrium, a lesson of spiritual awakening delivered through energy, not words. When the empath stops explaining, the universe starts teaching. Silence becomes the teacher, and emptiness becomes the test. For those left behind, the experience is both haunting and holy. They begin to feel the gravity of what they lost, not just a person, but a sanctuary. The empath's peace was their shelter, their emotional safety net, the place where they could avoid their own chaos. When that energy is gone, the universe rushes in to fill the void, and it does so with fury, not out of cruelty, but correction. Life begins to mirror back every ignored truth, every avoided feeling, every abandoned dream. The unlived life demands attention. What was once suppressed now surfaces. Because energy can't be destroyed, it transforms, and silence is its most powerful form of transformation. For the empath, this withdrawal is sacred. It's not bitterness, it's liberation. It's a moment of reclaiming power through peace. Walking away silently means choosing alignment over attachment, growth over guilt, self-respect over people-pleasing. It's an act of profound spirituality, where compassion turns inward, and the empath finally becomes their own healer. They realize that not every soul is meant to be saved. And sometimes, the most loving thing to do is to let others meet their own darkness. This is the deeper truth of spiritual awakening. It's not about fixing everyone else's pain, but allowing the universe to awaken them through consequence. In the quiet aftermath, those who once misunderstood the empath's love begin to understand its depth. The silence becomes their mirror of accountability. It whispers, "Look within." Without the empath's constant forgiveness, they're faced with their own unhealed wounds, their own patterns of avoidance. And this confrontation, though painful, is the universe's gift, the beginning of real transformation. The empath's silence is not the end of connection. It's the birth of awareness. It's the divine mirror that reveals the truth. What we refuse to heal in ourselves, we lose in others. And in that loss, both souls evolve, the empath through release and the other through awakening. 5. From wounded healer to sovereign empath. Many empaths spend years trying to heal others while quietly bleeding inside, mistaking service for salvation. They become what Carl Jung might call counterfeit wounded healers, souls who pour into others as a way to avoid their own shadows. They comfort, rescue, and absorb everyone's pain, believing that if they can save others, they can finally earn peace themselves. Yet true spirituality, true transformation, begins when the empath stops trying to mend everyone else's brokenness and instead turns inward to face the origin of their own wounds. This is where unconscious compulsion dissolves into conscious compassion, and pain becomes the raw material for wisdom. You begin to understand that not every cry for help is yours to answer. You realize that carrying other people's suffering doesn't heal them. It only buries you deeper in your own unhealed emotions. The empath's heart is pure, but purity without awareness becomes martyrdom. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." For the empath, this means that the drive to rescue others often masks an older wound, the childhood ache of being unseen, unheard, or unloved unless you were useful. Healing begins when you stop repeating that pattern and dare to choose yourself without guilt. When the empath walks away, the silence is not emptiness, it is sacred. It's the moment your spirit declares, "Enough." Not from anger, but from awakening. You finally understand that love without boundaries is not love, it's self-erasure. Walking away becomes an act of spiritual rebellion, a reclamation of divine authority over your energy. And as you withdraw your light from those who misuse it, the universe stirs. It clears the stagnant attachments, the karmic loops, and the energy vampires that once thrived on your giving. This fury is not punishment, it's purification. It's the universe rearranging everything around you to match the frequency of your newfound sovereignty. Your compassion evolves from reaction to revelation. You no longer feel the urge to fix. You feel the power to witness. You can stand in the presence of pain without absorbing it, because your empathy has matured into discernment. The sovereign empath becomes a mirror, not a sponge. You reflect truth. You radiate calm, and your presence itself becomes medicine. Spiritual growth teaches you that the highest form of service is not rescuing, but embodying wholeness. Healing yourself is how you teach others to heal themselves. And so, the journey transforms. You no longer give out of fear or guilt. You give from overflow. You no longer chase connection. You attract resonance. You no longer apologize for your silence. You honor it as a language of power. The empath, who once rescued to survive, now creates to inspire. Your spirituality is no longer a wound dressed as kindness. It's a throne built from awareness. You stand, finally, not as the wounded healer, but as the sovereign empath, the one who has turned pain into power, compassion into clarity, and service into sacred choice. Before we step into the next stage of transformation, take a moment to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and join our community of awakened souls. Don't forget to like this video so you never miss the deep insights and teachings that illuminate your path toward higher consciousness. 6. The alchemical transformation. In the lens of spiritual wisdom, the empath's silent departure is not an act of weakness, but the beginning of alchemical transformation, the sacred process Carl Jung called individuation, where the human soul turns its darkness into light. Jung compared this journey to the stages of alchemy, beginning with nigredo, the blackening, when the old identity dies. For the empath, this is the death of the false self, the version of them who needed to please, fix, and heal others to feel worthy of love. It is the phase when everything that once defined them begins to crumble. The illusions, attachments, and emotional roles they once carried so gracefully now dissolve into nothingness. It feels like loss, yet it is the soul's first taste of freedom. As they surrender to this inner death, the process moves into albedo, the whitening. Here, the empath begins to cleanse the residue of old wounds, washing away the energies they absorbed from others. They start to see themselves not through the distorted mirror of other people's needs, but through the lens of truth. Light begins to return, fragile yet pure. The heart learns that compassion without boundaries is self-abandonment, and love without discernment is slavery. This purification is painful because it forces the empath to face what Jung called the shadow, the suppressed parts of themselves that longed for peace but were never allowed to rest. Then comes rubedo, the reddening the stage of rebirth and integration. This is when the empath, through solitude and silence, merges their light and shadow into one. They rise no longer as a wounded healer, but as a whole being who embodies balance, grace, and self-respect. They no longer give love to earn peace. They become peace itself. Their silence, once misunderstood, now speaks louder than words. It tells the world, I am no longer your source of validation or emotional refuge. I am my own sanctuary. When the empath walks away silently, the universe trembles, not in cruelty, but in correction. Energies, once fed by the empath's giving heart, are forced to confront their emptiness. Those who took their light for granted feel the absence like a storm. Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that is exactly what the empath does. They stop waiting for others to see their worth and finally see it for themselves. This act of divine reclamation sends a shock wave through the energetic fabric of reality, a reminder that unconditional love does not mean unconditional tolerance. Through this sacred withdrawal, the empath becomes the alchemist of their own soul. The ashes of the old self give birth to gold, not material gold, but spiritual gold, wisdom, authenticity, and peace. The universe may respond with fury at first, but soon it bows to this new vibration. For in truth, the empath's silence is not an ending. It is the sound of rebirth. It is the quiet declaration that the era of self-betrayal is over, and the age of self-realization, the true gift of spiritual wisdom and Carl Jung's greatest teaching, has begun. 7. Healing the mind-body split and the collective shadow. Chronic people-pleasing is the silent disease of the soul, a pattern that convinces you that love must be earned through sacrifice and exhaustion. You give endlessly, smoothing every edge, absorbing every storm, until your body begins to whisper the truth your mind refuses to hear through anxiety, fatigue, and illness. This isn't weakness. It's your nervous system crying for balance. The empath's sensitivity, once a gift, becomes a burden when it turns inward and poisons the body with other people's emotions. Yet the moment you begin to withdraw from the chaos, something powerful happens. You stop carrying what was never yours, and the universe itself responds. Not in punishment, but in sacred correction, because every time a soul chooses truth over tolerance, the scales of energy shift. As Carl Jung taught, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When you stop being a vessel for the collective pain of others, you start returning emotional responsibility to its rightful owner. This act of reclaiming yourself is not selfish. It is holy. You become the mirror that forces others to see their own shadow, the one they've avoided facing, while using your compassion as their hiding place. The universe does not allow imbalance forever. It restores order through spiritual awakening. Those who once drained you will feel the vacuum of your absence. Your silence becomes their teacher. Your distance becomes their mirror. And as the energy returns to you, your body begins to heal. Your mind begins to clear, and your soul starts breathing again. In that sacred stillness, the empath evolves from healer to awakened being. You realize that compassion without boundaries is self-betrayal, and giving without discernment is a slow death of the spirit. Spirituality is not about saving everyone. It's about remembering that light cannot exist without form. To heal the mind-body split, you must let your energy flow where it belongs, within your own heart, nurturing your own life force. Every time you say no to chaos, you are saying yes to harmony. Every time you walk away, you teach the world that peace cannot coexist with self-neglect. When you integrate your mind and body, your vitality returns like a river long blocked, finally finding its course. You begin to see that illness was never random. It was the body's final attempt to awaken the spirit. The empath's withdrawal is not abandonment. It's alchemy. It transforms pain into wisdom, dependency into power, and illusion into truth. In the silence of your separation, you are not losing connection. You are gaining clarity. You stop resonating with fear and begin vibrating with authenticity. This is spirituality in motion, the living embodiment of balance between the human and the divine. And as this inner alignment deepens, the universe aligns with you. Opportunities that once felt blocked start to flow. The people meant for you recognize your energy because it now speaks in the language of self-respect. The collective shadow may still roam, but it no longer finds refuge in you. You have remembered what true healing feels like, a peace that no longer depends on pleasing, a strength that does not need validation, and a love that begins, finally, with yourself. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Let the journey of healing the mind-body split and awakening the collective soul begin within you. Type in the comments, "I am healing, aligned, and divinely protected." 8. The sovereign empath and collective evolution. The empath's healing is not loud. It unfolds like light spreading through cracks in the collective soul. By choosing to live with integrity and conscious boundaries, you send ripples into the world, awakening others to the truth that spirituality is not about pleasing or saving others, but about remembering your divine worth. When you walk away in silence, it is not out of bitterness or revenge, it is revelation. Your silence becomes sacred, a mirror showing the world that authentic love never demands self-betrayal. You evolve from the wounded healer who overextends to the sovereign empath who gives from fullness, not depletion. You begin to embody the wisdom Carl Jung once shared. I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. This choice to become whole is the purest act of spiritual growth. In your stillness, you reclaim energy that once leaked through endless empathy and unreciprocated care. You learn that peace does not mean avoiding others. It means no longer abandoning yourself to keep the peace. Each time you say no without guilt, you strengthen your spiritual backbone. Each time you honor your own boundaries, you realign with divine order. Those who once depended on your endless giving may feel discomfort, but that discomfort is part of their awakening. Your departure becomes their lesson in accountability, showing that love rooted in dependency must transform into love rooted in respect. You are not withdrawing love, you are refining it. The empath's quiet walk is not a retreat. It is a sacred revolution. You begin to notice how your body remembers what your heart forgot. The exhaustion after rescuing, the anxiety of being misunderstood, the ache of invisibility. Healing requires you to listen to the wisdom of your nervous system, to rest where you once rushed, to breathe where you once held tension. True spirituality lives here not in perfection, but in presence. You no longer need to explain your worth, for your peace speaks louder than your defense. Silence becomes your teacher. Detachment becomes your medicine. You start to feel that love flows more freely when it is not tied to approval, that compassion expands when it is not chained to control. As you rise into your sovereignty, you stop trying to fix what was never yours to fix. You begin to trust divine timing, understanding that the universe always supports those who choose authenticity over comfort. You may lose people who only loved your compliance, but you gain connection with those who honor your truth. Your evolution contributes to the collective's healing. Each empath who claims their power gives permission for others to do the same. In walking away, you teach through example that it is not cruelty to protect your peace. It is sacred duty. Let your quiet strength be the vibration that changes the room. Let your self-respect be the prayer that guides others back to theirs. The sovereign empath does not seek validation. They radiate alignment. And in doing so, you become a living testament that spirituality is not escape from reality, but the transformation of it. Through your courage, you show that love without self-sacrifice is not selfish, it is divine. When an empath walks away silently, the world around them begins to tremble, not out of revenge, but because balance is being restored. Every time you choose peace over chaos, the universe rearranges itself in your favor. Remember, silence is not weakness, it's wisdom in motion. The universe always responds to authenticity with divine precision. If this message resonated with your soul, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, spirituality, and awakening. Your journey toward higher consciousness is just beginning. Stay connected, stay awakened. 8 signs you have an incredibly rare personality. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we're going to uncover 8 signs that you have an incredibly rare personality, one that few can understand, but many are drawn to. If you've ever felt different, deeply intuitive, or emotionally ahead of your time, this message is for you. These insights will help you understand your unique spiritual design and how to use it for personal growth and lasting happiness. So as you listen, reflect on which signs resonate with your journey and share in the comments which one describes you best. Are you ready to discover how rare your spirit truly is? 1. Emotional depth. You experience emotions with a rare kind of sophistication that most people will never understand. It's not volatility or moodiness. It's an elevated form of awareness that allows you to feel the world in layers of meaning others cannot perceive. You sense the subtle shifts in energy, the quiet concerns hidden behind someone's smile, the tension in the air when something unspoken lingers. You read between the lines of silence. You know that emotions are not chaos. They are codes, signals from the soul that reveal truth when words fail. This emotional richness gives you a form of inner intelligence that is both a blessing and a burden. You walk into a room and instantly sense what others are feeling long before they speak. When someone's words don't match their energy, you notice. When someone hides behind confidence, you can feel the trembling underneath. Your sensitivity acts like a mirror, reflecting the emotional world around you with clarity and depth. And yet, because you understand emotion so deeply, you also carry it deeply. Pain doesn't just touch you, it echoes. Joy doesn't just make you smile, it transforms your entire state of being. Such sensitivity is not a weakness, it's spiritual maturity. You've learned that emotions are sacred messengers, guiding you towards self-understanding and awakening. While others dismiss their feelings as inconvenient or illogical, you listen to them. You understand that anger is often an unexpressed truth, that sadness is unhealed love, and that peace is what arises when you stop fighting what your soul already knows. This awareness is what separates you from the ordinary. It is the mark of someone undergoing true spiritual awakening, someone who no longer seeks to control emotions, but to understand their divine language. Because of this depth, you crave authenticity. Shallow interactions drain you. Pretending exhausts you. You find meaning in presence, silence, and honesty. The world often tries to teach men to suppress their emotions, to act detached and unaffected. But your strength lies in your ability to feel and stay grounded in it. You don't run from your emotions. You observe them, learn from them, and let them expand your consciousness. You've discovered that emotional intelligence isn't about being calm all the time. It's about being real, aware, and spiritually aligned. Your emotional depth connects you with the unseen rhythms of life. You understand that everything, every joy, every ache, every hesitation carries spiritual information. You can feel when energy is off, when someone's spirit is wounded, when something is about to shift. You don't need validation for what you sense because you trust your intuition more than appearances. This is the wisdom Carl Jung pointed to, the understanding that what we feel is the language of the unconscious, the bridge between the mind and the soul. Through this depth, you become a healer, not by fixing others, but by being fully present with them. Your empathy is a form of light. You remind people that being human is not about perfection, but about awareness. You move through life like a silent listener of truth, knowing that emotions are not obstacles, but portals to transformation. And as you continue to evolve, your emotional sophistication becomes your greatest power proof that spirituality is not found in escaping emotions, but in embracing them with compassion, presence, and awakened understanding. 2. Sacred curiosity. You constantly question reality because something deep within you knows that truth doesn't live on the surface. This sacred curiosity is not a flaw. It is a divine gift. It is what sets you apart from those who simply accept what they are told. While others settle for easy answers, you are compelled to look beyond appearances, to explore what is hidden, to understand what cannot be seen. This kind of curiosity is the heartbeat of spiritual growth, the silent force that pushes humanity forward. It's the same flame that burned in the hearts of great thinkers and mystics, the ones who refused to stop at the visible world because they felt that life itself was a vast mystery waiting to be unveiled. You are not satisfied with the ordinary or the obvious because your soul remembers that everything seen has an unseen cause. There's a light in your mind that others may not understand. They might say you overthink, that you're too intense. But deep down, you know your curiosity is sacred. It's not about collecting facts. It's about awakening your consciousness. You don't just want to know what something is. You want to know why it is, how it connects, and what truth it reveals about the soul. This search leads you to question not only the world around you, but also your own inner landscape, your thoughts, fears, and hidden motives. In that process, you transform. You start realizing that questioning is not rebellion. It's the highest form of awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." You embody that truth each time you refuse to take things at face value and instead turn inward to seek understanding. Every question you ask pulls you closer to spiritual wisdom. You see patterns where others see coincidence, meaning where others see chaos. You sense that everything in existence is connected by invisible threads, and your curiosity becomes the bridge that ties those threads together. Even in moments of uncertainty, when life offers no clear answer, your spirit does not collapse into fear. Instead, you sit in the mystery, knowing that patience is a form of faith. You understand that unanswered questions are not punishments, but invitations to deepen your trust in the unseen order of life. That is the mark of someone spiritually awake. You no longer chase control, you cultivate awareness. You know that each question is an initiation, a portal that expands your consciousness beyond limitation. Through this sacred curiosity, you are constantly evolving. You allow yourself to be both student and seeker. You are not driven by pride, but by a deep reverence for truth. You sense that the universe speaks in whispers, in symbols, coincidences, and inner knowing, and your open mind becomes the antenna that receives its messages. While the world moves fast, obsessed with outcomes, you take your time to understand the essence. You don't need to be certain to feel secure. You find peace in the process of discovery. And because of that, your presence inspires others to question too, to think, to feel, to awaken. Your curiosity is your soul's compass, leading you through the unknown and back to yourself. It keeps your spirit alive, your heart open, and your mind expanding. It is not confusion. It is divine intelligence flowing through you, reminding you that life is not meant to be understood all at once, but lived as a continuous revelation. Through every question you ask, you become the embodiment of spirituality itself, awake, alive, and endlessly growing. 3. Conscious independence. Conscious independence is not something that can be taught. It's something you earn through solitude, pain, and the courage to face yourself when the world goes silent. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth echoes through your journey of spiritual wisdom. You've learned to stand alone, not because you despise connection, but because you've realized that your strength is born in the quiet spaces where no one else can walk for you. Through hardship, you've built an inner identity so unshakable that external approval no longer defines you. You understand that real freedom is not the absence of others, it's the presence of self. You've tasted loneliness, but instead of letting it break you, you've allowed it to refine you, transforming solitude into a sacred teacher. In that stillness, you've met your true self, and you've learned that peace is not something you find, it's something you become. This is the essence of Jung's concept of individuation, the process of becoming whole by integrating every part of your being, the light, the shadow, and everything in between. You no longer chase validation or cling to roles that make you feel safe. Instead, you live from the inside out, guided by an invisible compass that always points toward authenticity. You can walk away from what no longer resonates, not out of bitterness, but because your soul knows that alignment is more valuable than attachment. You've discovered that being independent does not mean isolation. It means sovereignty over your emotions, thoughts, and energy. It's the kind of quiet strength that doesn't need to prove itself, the kind that moves through life with grace because it has already conquered chaos within. People with this rare form of independence radiate a calm presence that speaks louder than words. You've become the observer of life rather than its prisoner. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer seek attention, you embody purpose. There's a profound clarity in your energy that others can feel, but may never fully understand. You've realized that solitude is not emptiness. It's the space where intuition whispers and divine insight awakens. You can be among people, yet remain untouched by their noise, because your inner silence has become your greatest sanctuary. This is not arrogance, it's self-awareness. It's knowing that your worth is not dependent on how the world sees you, but on how deeply you see yourself. Through this journey, you've learned to value boundaries as sacred expressions of self-respect. You can love deeply without losing yourself and connect without clinging. You no longer fear rejection because you've already accepted yourself. You've faced your darkness, and instead of hiding it, you've learned to transform it into light. As Jung taught, wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. That is the very heart of conscious independence, embracing every part of who you are, without shame, without apology. And in doing so, you've become something rare, a soul who doesn't just live in the world, but moves through it with awareness, balance, and truth. 4. Hyperactive perception. You have a mind that perceives beyond the surface and a heart that feels everything deeply. This heightened intuition, this almost supernatural awareness, allows you to read emotions, sense tension, and detect unspoken truths in ways that others cannot. You notice subtle energetic shifts that reveal the unseen motives behind people's words and actions. This isn't imagination, it's energetic intelligence, the mark of someone going through spiritual awakening. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. You are awakening to the deeper layers of existence, but with such depth comes the weight of carrying energies that do not belong to you. You may find yourself entering a room and instantly absorbing the emotions of others, feeling sadness that isn't yours or tension that lingers without reason. You may wake up exhausted, not because of your own struggles, but because your energetic field has been overstimulated by the world around you. This hyperactive perception makes you a natural empath, capable of seeing life with profound clarity and compassion. Yet without boundaries, this same sensitivity can lead to emotional burnout, anxiety, or even spiritual fatigue. You are like an antenna that receives every frequency. If you do not learn to tune it consciously, you will drown in noise that was never meant for you. The secret lies in balance. Spirituality teaches that awareness without grounding becomes chaos, while grounding without awareness leads to numbness. You must learn to flow between both states to feel deeply without losing yourself, to understand others without carrying their pain. This requires conscious practice, solitude, meditation, journaling, time in nature, and deliberate moments of silence that allow your energy to reset. Your heightened awareness is not meant to overwhelm you, but to refine you, to transform raw emotion into spiritual wisdom. It is through grounding your empathy that you learn to see without absorbing, to care without collapsing. Carl Jung believed that the more light one carries, the more shadow one encounters, both within and around. As your consciousness expands, you notice darkness in others, not to judge them, but to recognize it as a reflection of the collective human condition. This awareness gives you insight, but it also tests your strength. The awakened man must walk with discernment, knowing when to engage and when to retreat, when to offer compassion and when to protect his peace. When you understand that not every emotion you feel is yours, you begin to reclaim your energy and step into your power. Your rare sensitivity is a sacred responsibility. It allows you to see truth in disguise, to to sense what others overlook, to heal through presence rather than words. But to truly embody it, you must practice energetic sovereignty, guarding your peace as fiercely as you guard your purpose. When you do, your perception becomes not a burden, but a gift, guiding you toward emotional clarity and spiritual awakening. You stop reacting to the world's chaos and begin influencing it with calm authority. You become a man who feels everything yet is mastered by nothing. A man whose inner stillness becomes the most powerful presence in any room. 5. Desire for meaning. You can't pretend to care about things that don't move your soul. Shallow ambitions, empty achievements, and surface-level connections drain you because your psyche craves true purpose and alignment. It's not that you're too sensitive or too demanding. It's that your spirit refuses to live on borrowed meaning. While others may find comfort in routine success or social validation, you feel restless in their world of repetition. Something within you keeps whispering that there must be more truth, more depth, more life. This inner tension is not your weakness. It's your awakening. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you can feel that truth burning in your chest. You cannot silence it with distractions or drown it in comfort. You were born to seek something real, and until you do, nothing else feels right. You find yourself drawn to conversations that go beyond the surface, to people who make you think, and to experiences that stir your heart. You are not interested in gossip or triviality because your mind is always searching for connection and clarity. You want to understand why things happen, what they mean, and what they reveal about the human spirit. And yet, this search often sets you apart. The world values speed and image, while your soul values depth and honesty. You might feel alone at times, misunderstood for wanting something deeper than comfort. But solitude becomes sacred when you realize that silence is the soil of transformation. It's in that silence that your spirituality ripens, and your understanding of life expands beyond logic or control. You begin to see meaning in patterns, synchronicities, and even in pain. You recognize that every loss, every heartbreak, every challenge is a mirror reflecting your own evolution. You start to notice how much of life is built on illusions, people chasing status, money, or approval while feeling empty inside. And you can't play that game anymore. You want to live with integrity, even if it costs you familiarity. You'd rather walk alone on a path of truth than be surrounded by people who pretend. Your rare personality compels you to ask difficult questions about purpose and identity. You feel things deeply, but instead of being consumed by emotion, you learn to transmute it into wisdom. You discover that real spirituality isn't about escaping the world. It's about awakening within it. It's about seeing the divine in the ordinary and allowing awareness to guide every decision you make. This kind of spiritual growth changes how you love, how you work, and how you see others. You stop reacting to life and start responding from a higher place. You begin to sense that every person carries a story, every event carries a message, and every moment carries potential for expansion. You develop compassion, not the soft kind that avoids truth, but the strong kind that understands it. You realize that your desire for meaning is your soul's rebellion against a meaningless world. And that rebellion is holy. It's what separates those who merely exist from those who truly live. You are not here to blend in. You are here to bring light into a world that has forgotten how to see. So you keep walking, seeking, questioning, and growing, because the journey toward meaning is not something you choose. It's who you are. 6. Transcending people and environments. You evolve at a pace that few can follow. It's not that you intend to outgrow people or places. It simply happens as your consciousness expands and your spirit deepens. You feel yourself transcending relationships, conversations, and environments that once brought comfort, but now feel too narrow for the vastness you're becoming. Carl Jung called this process death and rebirth, a necessary transformation in which the old self must dissolve for the new self to emerge. It is not an act of pride, but of alignment, a quiet recognition that your soul is no longer nourished by what once sustained you. You begin to sense that staying in the same energy would mean betraying your own growth. And so, with both courage and sorrow, you allow life to carry you forward. This transcendence is rarely easy. You may feel misunderstood, as though the language you once shared with others no longer fits the vocabulary of your soul. Conversations that once felt alive now echo with emptiness, and familiar spaces lose their warmth. Yet within this shedding lies sacred renewal. Like a tree, releasing its leaves to make way for new growth, you let go of what no longer vibrates at your frequency. In the silence that follows, you begin to hear your true voice stronger, wiser, more compassionate. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this becoming requires walking away from the versions of yourself that were built to please the world instead of honoring your spirit. You start craving solitude, not as isolation, but as communion with your inner being. The noise of the world fades, and in that quiet, you begin to perceive truth more clearly. You no longer chase acceptance, because you've learned that external validation is a poor substitute for inner peace. Detachment becomes an act of love, not rejection. You can care deeply for people and still choose to release them when the connection begins to dim your light. This is not indifference, it's wisdom. Spiritual wisdom teaches that to cling is to suffer, and to let go with grace is to trust the divine rhythm of transformation. Each time you transcend an environment or relationship that no longer resonates, you experience a subtle liberation. The air feels lighter, your intuition sharper, your vision clearer. You begin to see how everything that departs makes space for what is meant to enter. The right people start appearing not because you searched harder, but because your energy now calls them in effortlessly. You realize that life is not about accumulation, but alignment, not about holding on, but about allowing flow. Jung's insight still echoes through this truth. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Transcendence is the moment you stop calling it fate and start calling it freedom the moment you no longer seek to fit into the world, because you have learned to belong entirely to yourself. 7. Transformative presence. Your presence has a certain power that words can't describe. It changes the atmosphere, calms the chaos, and makes people feel safe without you even trying. When you walk into a room, people feel seen, understood, and somehow lighter, as if your energy gives them permission to breathe again. This is the quiet influence of a spiritually awakened soul. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When you embody that truth, your presence alone becomes a mirror that reflects light back into others. Yet behind this gift lies a deep lesson that many with rare personalities must face: the helper's burden. You are naturally drawn to heal, to comfort, to guide, but the same compassion that elevates others can also exhaust you if it's not balanced with discernment. People often come to you not because of what you say, but because of how you make them feel. They sense your empathy and mistake it for an open door to their pain. Without realizing it, you begin to carry their emotional weight, believing that love means always being available, always giving. But this is where spiritual wisdom must intervene. True spirituality doesn't ask you to lose yourself in service. It asks you to stay aware, to know the line between compassion and depletion. When you overgive, your light dims. You start to confuse exhaustion with purpose, forgetting that the divine never intended for you to heal others at the cost of your own energy. Spiritual awakening teaches that discernment is an act of love, not separation. Protecting your energy doesn't make you selfish. It makes you sustainable. The awakened soul learns that saying no at the right time is a sacred form of yes to your own growth. When you allow everyone access to your inner peace, you begin to lose the depth that made your presence healing in the first place. Remember, your role is not to save others from their darkness, but to show them that they can walk through it. Sometimes, the most powerful healing you offer is silence, the space that allows another person to discover their own strength. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Your energy is not meant to absorb others. It is meant to catalyze transformation. That means learning when to engage and when to release, when to guide and when to simply be. You are not a vessel for everyone's pain. You are a mirror of possibility. And the more you honor your boundaries, the more magnetic your presence becomes. The truth is, your light shines brightest when it is not consumed by the shadows of others. This is the secret of the transformative presence, the balance between giving and grounding, between empathy and wisdom. It is the quiet strength of one who has learned that true spirituality is not about carrying the world, but illuminating it, one conscious choice at a time. When you master this balance, you no longer heal by effort, but by existence. That is the essence of a soul fully awakened. 8. Sense of higher purpose. You feel a deep and unshakable calling beyond the ordinary, one that doesn't seek attention or recognition, but quietly urges you to live in harmony with your true nature. This inner voice is not driven by ambition, but by aligning a profound need to contribute to the evolution of human consciousness and to become a vessel through which higher awareness can flow. Those who carry this rare sense of purpose often find themselves walking paths few dare to take, guided not by logic, but by intuition, not by fear, but by faith. You sense that life is more than survival or success. It's a sacred process of remembering who you are beneath the noise of the world. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. This isn't just a quote for you. It's a truth that lives in your bones, one that shapes the way you think, feel, and move through existence. When you live with this inner calling, ordinary goals lose their meaning. The things society values, wealth, praise, or reputation, seem pale compared to the fulfillment of living authentically. You're not trying to be better than others. You're trying to be truer to yourself. There's a quiet fire in you, a longing to express something pure and timeless that lies beyond words. You notice the hidden threads connecting events, the patterns that guide human destiny, and the silent lessons within suffering. You sense that your purpose is not to escape life's darkness, but to bring light into it, to transform pain into wisdom and isolation into understanding. This is where spirituality begins. When you realize that every challenge is an invitation to grow, every silence is a teacher, and every soul you meet mirrors a part of yourself. Those who carry a higher purpose often feel misunderstood because their motivations are invisible to the ordinary mind. You might be called too sensitive, too idealistic, or too detached. But beneath those labels is someone who feels the pulse of the world deeply. You are tuned into the collective heart of humanity, sensing its wounds and its potential. Spiritual growth requires this sensitivity. It's what allows you to see beyond appearances and touch the truth that lies underneath. Your compassion grows, your reactions soften, and your choices become guided by something larger than your personal desires. You begin to understand that true purpose isn't about achievement, but alignment with truth, with love, with the quiet intelligence of the universe moving through you. There are moments when this journey feels lonely, because not everyone can perceive what you see. Yet even in solitude, there's peace, because you know that you are walking a divine path. The world may not always understand you, but your soul does. You feel guided by an unseen hand, protected by a wisdom that knows when to push and when to rest. Carl Jung believed that those who look outside dream, but those who look inside awaken. And that's exactly what's happening within you. The more you turn inward, the more you awaken to your own divinity, and the more you realize that your life itself is a form of service, not through grand gestures, but through presence, integrity, and authenticity. Your higher calling isn't a destination, but a state of being. It's about letting your life become a reflection of your inner truth. You start to see your existence as part of something cosmic, a living thread in the vast tapestry of consciousness. Every act of kindness, every moment of awareness, every decision made from love contributes to the awakening of the collective soul. This is the essence of spirituality and the meaning of spiritual growth. To live as an embodiment of consciousness, to bring heaven into the human experience, and to remember that your very presence is an offering to the evolution of life itself. So, as you reflect on these 8 signs, remember, being rare is not a curse, it's a calling. The depth of your empathy, your insight, and your quiet strength are gifts that the world deeply needs. Cherish your uniqueness and keep walking your authentic path with courage and grace. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos, filled with timeless insights from Carl Jung and beyond. unlocking the secret dimension that's already creating your future. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once revealed that the invisible forces shaping your destiny aren't out there, but within you. Every thought, emotion, and unspoken belief quietly constructs the world you wake up to each morning. In this episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we're going to uncover the secret dimension already designing your future, the hidden realm of the subconscious. As you listen, ask yourself, are you the author of your destiny or a passenger of your programming? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore together how awareness can transform fate into freedom. 1. Reality is multidimensional and selectable. Reality is not something solid or static. It is a living, breathing field of energy that bends and reshapes itself in response to consciousness. According to Carl Jung, what we call fate is often just the unfolding of the unconscious mind through symbols and experiences until we awaken enough to recognize that we've been participating in its creation all along. You are not manifesting something new. You are selecting from infinite timelines that already exist in the fourth dimension, where past, present, and future coexist simultaneously. Every possible version of your life, every success, every loss, every love, every transformation already exists in this vast web of energy. The key lies in where your awareness settles. Your consciousness is the selector, the divine mechanism that determines which version of reality you step into. When you begin to awaken spiritually, you understand that reality is multidimensional and selectable. Each thought, emotion, and belief acts like a frequency tuner. Whatever you focus on with enough energy becomes the vibrational doorway to a specific timeline. The fourth dimension isn't somewhere far away. It's the invisible field you move through every moment of your existence. The more you align your inner world with clarity, love, and intention, the more your external world rearranges to mirror that inner state. Jung called this mysterious interplay between mind and matter synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that occur when your inner frequency matches an outer event in perfect harmony. They are not random. They are signals that you are moving through the precise timeline your soul has selected. You do not have to struggle to create your future. You only need to align with it. Manifestation becomes effortless when you understand that you are not commanding the universe, but cooperating with it. The fourth dimension responds not to your words, but to your vibration. When you dwell in anxiety, you tune into the dimension of chaos. When you dwell in peace, you step into the timeline of order. It is not magic, it is resonance. Energy flows where attention goes, and attention is the sacred tool that moves you across dimensions. In the stillness of your awareness, you become the architect of time itself, selecting the reality that matches your consciousness like a musician selecting a note on a cosmic instrument. The secret lies in awareness. Awareness is the bridge between possibility and experience. When you watch your thoughts without judgment, when you replace fear with trust, when you hold gratitude instead of resentment, you are quietly changing the coordinates of your reality. Jung believed that once the unconscious becomes conscious, life ceases to feel accidental. It becomes intentional. Each moment of mindfulness refines the signal you send into the quantum field. The universe does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to who you are being. Your emotions, your expectations, Your silent assumptions are all commands written in the language of energy, instructing reality which version of the future to reveal. To awaken spiritually is to realize that destiny is not a fixed script, but a living collaboration between your soul and the universe. Every time you choose awareness over reaction, compassion over judgment, purpose over fear, you shift timelines. You are no longer pushed around by external events because you begin to sense the deeper order moving beneath them. The past, present, and future are not separate lines. They are layers of the same infinite moment, accessible through the vibration of your being. In this understanding, spirituality becomes less about escaping the world and more about mastering your resonance within it. You begin to live consciously, knowing that each thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity, and every feeling is a signature shaping the dimension you step into next. Do you feel it too? The pull of that invisible dimension shaping everything ahead of you? If you believe reality is truly multidimensional and that your consciousness can choose the timeline you live in, affirm it right now in the comments. I am aligned with the reality I choose to create. 2. The mind is the projector, not the screen. Humanity has long been deceived by the illusion that the outer world determines the inner one, when in truth, the mind is not the screen, it is the projector. Carl Jung revealed that the psyche doesn't merely interpret reality, it generates it. Every emotion, thought, and vibration you hold inside becomes the light that casts your world into form. What you see outside is not reality itself, but a reflection of your inner consciousness, your beliefs, your energy, your frequency. When you awaken to this, spirituality stops being philosophy and becomes pure creation. You begin to see that your life is not happening to you, it is happening through you. Everything you experience, the people you meet, the challenges you face, the opportunities that appear, is a mirror designed to show you the exact frequency you are emitting. If your inner state is dominated by fear, scarcity, or resentment, then life will echo those vibrations through rejection, loss, and endless struggle. But when your heart starts vibrating with love, peace, and gratitude, your reality rearranges itself to meet that new rhythm. The same world becomes softer, more aligned, more alive. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth unveils the hidden law behind spiritual growth. The idea that what we call destiny is merely the unconscious running the show. The repetitive patterns, the painful relationships, the disappointments that seem to follow you are not punishments from the universe. They are projections of what still needs healing within you. When you finally recognize that you are the creator, not the victim, your relationship with life changes completely. You stop reacting and start observing. You stop chasing and start aligning. Every judgment you cast reveals something unintegrated within yourself. Every emotional trigger points to a forgotten wound, asking for your awareness. The 3D world becomes your sacred classroom, not your prison. Through the eyes of spirituality, every difficulty becomes a mirror guiding you home. As your awareness expands, you stop trying to fix the screen and focus on adjusting the projector, the mind, the heart, the consciousness. You learn that peace is not found by controlling circumstances, but by mastering your inner frequency. When you elevate your thoughts, release the illusions of separation, and choose to act from love instead of fear, your entire energetic field shifts. The outside world begins to harmonize with your new vibration, and suddenly, what once felt impossible begins to flow naturally. Synchronicities appear, opportunities align, and life begins to feel like a reflection of your highest self. This is the dimension Jung hinted at as the meeting point of psychology and spirituality, where the soul realizes it has always been the architect of its own destiny. Every thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. Every feeling programs the next scene of your unfolding story. Reality is fluid, responsive, and alive, shaped by the light of your consciousness. The mind is not meant to be a prisoner of circumstances, but a divine projector of infinite potential. When you understand this, you reclaim your creative authority. You begin to see that energy responds to awareness, that the outer world bends to the quality of your inner state, and that the film of your life changes the moment you choose to see differently. Spiritual growth, then, is not about escaping the world, but mastering the art of projection learning to radiate peace in chaos, to emit faith in uncertainty, and to hold love in the face of fear. Because the secret dimension that's already creating your future is not somewhere outside, it's within the consciousness that perceives it. 3. Time is an illusion. Consciousness is the key. Time is not what you think it is. What you call past, present, and future are not separate realities, but fluid perceptions of the same eternal consciousness moving through different frequencies. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And when you truly look within, you begin to see that time is merely a veil, a beautiful illusion projected by the human mind to make sense of existence. Consciousness, however, is not bound by that illusion. It stands beyond time, quietly shaping the path of your life long before you walk it. Every moment you experience has already existed as a potential within the vast field of your mind. You are not a traveler moving through time. Time is flowing through you, responding to the quality of your awareness. Imagine your consciousness as a projector and the world as the screen. The film that plays before you is not random. It is created by the frames of thought and emotion you hold within. From the fourth dimensional perspective, reality is not something that happens to you. It is something that emanates from you. Your outer world is the reflection of your inner vibration. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung wrote. And this is the secret that spiritual wisdom has whispered for centuries. Your mind is the true architect of destiny. When you begin to observe your thoughts rather than be ruled by them, you step into the dimension where creation begins. In this higher state of awareness, every emotion, every belief, every word becomes an energy-shaping form. The unconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. It only responds to the power of your focus. Fear, doubt, and limitation create one version of the future, while faith, gratitude, and purpose create another. This is not magic. It is consciousness in motion. When you shift your inner frequency, the universe adjusts its rhythm to match yours. You start noticing synchronicities, mysterious alignments, and signs that seem to guide your steps. Jung called them acts of creation in time, and they remind you that you are not separate from the cosmos. You are participating in its unfolding. Everything in your life right now is a mirror reflecting the energy you carry. If you wish to change your future, you must change the vibration of your present. The key is not to fight against time, but to awaken to your timeless nature. Once you understand that reality bends to awareness, not effort, you begin to see life differently. Time is no longer a ticking clock. It becomes a living mirror of consciousness, a tool for transformation. When your thoughts align with love, your reality expands. When they align with fear, it contracts. The path ahead is not fixed. It is fluid, waiting for you to choose the frequency from which you create. As spiritual wisdom teaches, the more you awaken, the less you chase. You stop trying to predict the future and start embodying it. You realize the version of you that has already succeeded, already healed, already become whole exists now, in another layer of consciousness. To access it, you must match its vibration. The illusion of time dissolves the moment you live fully in awareness, because in the field of the soul, everything is happening at once. The power that creates worlds lives inside your consciousness. When you awaken to that truth, the future stops being something you wait for. It becomes something you remember, something you shape through the energy of who you choose to be right now. If you feel this truth awakening something within you, declare it now. Time cannot control me. My consciousness shapes my destiny. I am aligned with the dimension creating my future. 4. Controlled imagination is the gateway. Controlled imagination is the hidden architecture of your destiny, the silent sculptor shaping your tomorrows long before they arrive. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That truth reveals why so many people feel trapped by circumstances they haven't yet learned that the mind is not a mirror reflecting reality, but a projector casting it. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the key. Your outer world is not separate from you. It is molded by the inner pictures you persistently hold. Neville Goddard called this sacred process controlled imagination, the art of consciously entering that delicate state between waking and sleeping, the bridge where logic fades and the creative power of the subconscious awakens. It is here, in that calm in-between, that you can impress your desires upon the infinite, not by wishing or forcing, but by feeling them as already fulfilled. When you practice this art, you are not escaping reality, you are rewriting it. The universe listens not to your words, but to your emotional state, to the frequency of your belief. That is why Neville said, "Feeling is the secret. Thought alone cannot manifest. Only when thought is infused with conviction does it bend the field of reality." As you close your eyes and dwell in the emotion of having already received your desire, whether it's peace, love, or success, you begin to synchronize with the quantum fabric of existence. In that harmony, the outer world subtly rearranges itself to mirror your inner certainty. This is not fantasy, but divine science, where spirituality and psychology merge into one truth. The imagination is the language of creation. Carl Jung devoted his life to unveiling this mystery. To him, imagination was not idle dreaming, but communication with the deeper self, the archetypal realm that governs both psyche and matter. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes, he wrote. Spiritual awakening, then, is not about discovering something new. It's about realizing that the entire universe already lives within you. When you consciously feel the future as now, you awaken from the illusion of time itself. You stop waiting for miracles and become their source. You no longer chase life, you magnetize it. Every feeling becomes a seed planted in the soil of consciousness. And like a seed, it grows according to the belief that nurtures it. Controlled imagination is the act of watering those seeds with awareness. It is not about forcing results, but aligning your mind, emotions, and energy into one coherent vibration. When that inner unity is achieved, life flows effortlessly because you are no longer divided within yourself. Jung would call this the process of individuation, the merging of your conscious will with the vast intelligence of the unconscious, so that what you desire and what you are become the same thing. In that state, creation is inevitable. You move through life not as a seeker, but as a creator, quiet, calm, certain. Because once your imagination is disciplined and you're feeling aligned, the secret dimension that creates your future no longer lies outside of you. It breathes through you, shaping every moment in response to your inner vision, turning unseen thoughts into living form. That is the true alchemy of consciousness, the moment your spiritual awakening becomes your power to create worlds. 5. Desire is the engine of creation. Desire is not a flaw to suppress or a weakness to be ashamed of. It is the sacred mechanism through which consciousness creates and life expands. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual growth, desire acts as the divine fire that shapes destiny. It is the pulse of the universe flowing through your soul, calling you to become more, to express more, to reveal more of what already exists within you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Desire is the voice of that unconscious force, the hidden blueprint of your higher self trying to reach your awareness. When you sustain a deep, authentic desire and give it your full attention, it reorganizes reality around you, like invisible hands sculpting the clay of experience to mirror the energy of your inner world. To desire something deeply means that, on a spiritual level, it already exists in another dimension of consciousness, waiting for you to align with it. Every possibility of your life is already alive within the field of potential, and desire is the bridge connecting your current state to that higher possibility. True desire does not come from lack or desperation, but from remembrance, the soul remembering what it has already chosen to experience. When you nurture this desire with focus, emotion, and faith, your vibration begins to synchronize with that unseen dimension. Suddenly, coincidences appear, opportunities unfold, and people cross your path as reflections of that inner resonance. This is not coincidence. It is consciousness arranging itself according to your most persistent emotional frequency. Desire, however, is also a test of patience and surrender. Many abandon their deepest callings because they confuse delay with denial. They believe the universe has ignored their prayers, when in truth, life is aligning everything in perfect order, refining both the vision and the vessel. Jung taught that the outer world mirrors the inner psyche. When progress seems slow, it is not because the world is against you. It is because your inner self is still expanding to match the magnitude of what you asked for. Desire exposes your hidden fears and attachments, revealing where your soul still doubts its own worthiness. This is why every longing is an invitation to grow, to purify your intentions until they no longer come from ego, but from the divine spark within. When you channel your desire through awareness instead of craving, it becomes prayer. It becomes a sacred dialogue between you and the universe. Each desire is a message from your higher self saying, "This is the direction of your evolution." The energy you feel when you long for something is not emptiness. It is the vibration of your future self calling you forward. Therefore, your task is not to chase the desire, but to embody it, to live as though it has already taken form. You must think, speak, and act from that fulfilled state, not as fantasy, but as alignment. The universe, being a perfect mirror, reflects the state of your consciousness. When you radiate gratitude, certainty, and peace, reality bends to that frequency. As within, so without. This universal truth means that creation begins not with action, but with belief. Desire is the seed of every miracle. When held with faith and nourished with patience, it blooms into form through the soil of time. You are not here to suppress your desires, but to refine them into instruments of creation. Each authentic longing is an aspect of divine will expressing itself through you. When you understand this, you stop doubting the process and start flowing with it. You realize that every desire you hold with love and awareness is not something separate from you. It is a fragment of destiny waiting to return home. And as you align your consciousness with that truth, you step into your creative power, transforming desire into divine manifestation and awakening to the profound realization that life itself is your masterpiece, shaped by the fire of your own becoming. If this message has sparked something within you, let us know in the comments by writing, "Desire creates my reality." Your words carry power, and your engagement helps us share more spiritual wisdom with the world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you won't miss the next revelation waiting for you. 6. The universe is a perfect mirror. Everything unfolding in your life is not a divine punishment or random luck. It is the mirror of your consciousness, perfectly reflecting what lives inside you. The universe is not a judge. It is a mirror that simply returns what you project through your thoughts, emotions, and energy. When your inner world is chaotic, the reflection will appear chaotic. When your heart finds harmony, the reflection becomes serene. This is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. And as Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Life does not happen to you. It happens from you. Every fear you nurture, every belief you repeat, every image you hold in your mind writes the invisible code that reality obeys. Imagine your mind as a projector and the universe as the screen. You cannot change the movie by attacking the screen. You must change the film inside the projector. If you live in resentment, the field amplifies more reasons to resent. If you live in gratitude, it multiplies blessings. The quantum field, what mystics call the all, responds to vibration, not words. It does not judge. It does not punish. It simply echoes. When you think thoughts of lack, life reflects scarcity. When you embody abundance, life brings opportunities that align with your frequency. What you send out emotionally is what you receive experientially. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. To awaken means to stop begging the mirror to change and start shifting the expression you wear before it. When you breathe deeply and create safety within, the external world mirrors that calm. When you carry tension and fear, life reflects resistance. So practice serenity, practice honesty. Speak kindly to yourself. Each act of integrity and awareness reshapes the reflection. The universe listens not to your words, but to the energy beneath them. You are not at the mercy of fate. You are the artist painting reality with each emotional brushstroke. The key is consistency. You cannot expect harmony from chaos of mind. To shift your future, shift your daily emotional state. Wake up and choose one feeling to inhabit peace, joy, confidence, and practice it until it becomes natural. Speak to life as if it already supports you, because it does. When pain arises, instead of saying, "I knew it," say, "This is feedback, not fate." Every obstacle is a message from the mirror, guiding you to refine your inner signal. Bless your lessons, not your fears. Release old stories that say you are not enough and replace them with truth. You are a living participant in the creative dialogue of existence. Rumi once said, "What you seek is seeking you, but it cannot find you until you align with its frequency." When you embody love, love recognizes you. When you live from worthiness, opportunities flow like rivers toward the sea of your becoming. Try it today. Choose one intention, hold it in your heart with calm certainty, act on it gently, and watch how the world rearranges itself around your new vibration. Reality is not fixed. It's fluid, sensitive, responsive. It listens to your inner tone. So speak clearly, love deeply, and live consciously, for the universe is always listening, always mirroring, always waiting for you to remember that creation begins within. 7. The technique for accessing the fourth dimension. The process of unlocking the fourth dimension begins with the precision of your desire. You cannot approach creation vaguely. The universe responds to clarity. When you define exactly what you want, you give your subconscious a destination to move toward. Most people never receive what they truly want because they never decide what that truly is. They drift between conflicting wishes. But when you commit to one clear desire, your inner world begins to organize around it. In spirituality, this moment of decision is sacred. It is when your conscious will speaks to the divine intelligence within you and declares, "This is what I am ready to experience." Once your desire is defined, you move into the next phase, constructing an inner scene that implies your wish is already fulfilled. The scene must feel natural, believable, and emotionally satisfying. You are not forcing reality. You are embodying the vibration of completion. Carl Jung often said that whatever you hold in your imagination will eventually manifest in your reality. And this truth reflects the foundation of all spiritual awakening. The subconscious accepts emotional conviction, not external evidence. Therefore, when you imagine a scene where your desire has already come true, you are programming your inner world to match the outer one that must follow. This is why great spiritual teachers insist on living in the end, not merely hoping for it, because creation begins from being, not from wanting. The third step is to enter the subtle state between wakefulness and sleep, where your conscious mind quiets and the subconscious becomes highly receptive. This liminal state, often called the hypnagogic state, is the gateway between dimensions, the meeting point of thought and manifestation. In that stillness, your critical mind softens, and every feeling, image, or assumption is absorbed deeply into your psyche. This is where the fourth dimension of creation truly operates, for it is not a place in space, but a frequency of consciousness. The mind that knows how to rest consciously here wields the same creative force that shapes galaxies. Jung described this as the realm of the collective unconscious, where symbols, archetypes, and inner images connect to the structure of reality itself. Finally, you must enter the imagined scene and feel it real. Do not stand apart from it as a watcher steps inside it as a participant. Feel the weight of your body in that new reality, the warmth of the air, the joy of fulfillment, the peace of completion. Every sensory detail becomes an affirmation that your desire already exists. As you persist in this feeling and drift into sleep, the scene imprints itself upon your subconscious mind, which begins to rearrange your outer world to match your inner one. This is the silent law of creation. What you feel as true in your inner dimension will crystallize in time and space. The longer you sustain that feeling, the faster your reality conforms. In spirituality, this practice represents the merging of consciousness and energy, the masculine principle of intention meeting the feminine principle of imagination. It is the alchemy of thought into matter. The subconscious, like fertile soil, does not question the seed you plant. It simply grows whatever emotion and belief you sustain. Therefore, feed it not with fear or doubt, but with conviction and love. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, realizing that the outer world is a mirror of the inner one. The fourth dimension is not somewhere out there. It is the unseen layer of consciousness shaping your tomorrows from the vibration you hold today. Each night, as you enter this sacred practice, remember that you are not escaping reality. You are authoring it, guided by the timeless wisdom of your own higher mind. If this message resonated with you, make sure to subscribe for more wisdom on how desire fuels creation and how you can access the higher dimensions of consciousness. Your journey to mastering the unseen starts here. 8. Conscious creation requires discipline and responsibility. The true measure of spirituality is not found in moments of ease, but in your ability to hold inner conviction when everything outside contradicts it. This is where conscious creation truly begins. Every moment of your life presents a dimensional crossroads. One path keeps you trapped in the past, reacting to what already exists. The other opens to a higher future, created from the state of consciousness you choose to embody now. When you react to appearances, you give power to the illusion of limitation. But when you respond from faith, from the awareness that life is shaped by unseen spiritual laws, you begin to move from victimhood to mastery. This is the spiritual discipline that Carl Jung hinted at when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." To create consciously is to live with awareness of this invisible mechanism. The truth that your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are not passive. They are energetic instructions to the universe. Every emotion you sustain becomes a signal. Every belief you cling to becomes a magnet that attracts experiences matching its frequency. Spiritual growth, therefore, is not merely about positive thinking, but about emotional mastery learning to remain inwardly consistent even when outer circumstances waver. This inner steadiness is what separates those who drift through life from those who awaken to it. To choose your future freely is a sacred responsibility, for freedom without discipline leads to confusion. Conscious creation asks you to cultivate mental clarity emotional coherence, and unwavering faith that reality responds to vibration, not circumstance. When the world challenges you, when outcomes seem delayed, that is the universe testing the strength of your inner conviction. The spiritually mature do not chase appearances they create from alignment. They understand that the outer world is only a mirror, reflecting the state of their inner being. Every reaction either reinforces an old pattern or activates a new potential. The wise one learns to pause before responding, to breathe, and to choose the state of consciousness they wish to sustain. Over time, this awareness becomes second nature, and life begins to rearrange itself to match the frequency of that chosen state. Discipline, then, is not punishment, it is devotion. It is the daily act of remembering that you are the sculptor of energy, not the sculpture itself. Spirituality becomes your compass, guiding you to act not from fear, but from faith, not from confusion, but from clarity. Faith, in this sense, is not blind hope. It is the deep knowing that what you align with inwardly must eventually take shape outwardly. And so, you remain patient, consistent, and grateful, understanding that reality is slower than thought, but obedient to it. The future is not written in stone. It is sculpted in consciousness. When you choose love instead of resistance, when you nurture inner peace instead of chaos, when you hold steady in faith instead of surrendering to fear, you begin to unlock the secret dimension that has always been creating your life. The unseen becomes visible, the impossible becomes natural, and spirituality transforms from an idea into a living experience. Conscious creation, at its essence, is about responsibility, the willingness to guard your thoughts, refine your emotions, and trust the intelligence of life unfolding through you. And in that sacred alignment between awareness and reality, you realize that your destiny was never waiting for you to find it. It was waiting for you to awaken to it. And as we close this journey through the secret dimension shaping your future, remember what Carl Jung once said: until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The truth is, your future isn't waiting to be created. It's already unfolding through the patterns of your thoughts, emotions, and choices today. So stay aware, stay present, and let your inner wisdom be the architect of what's to come. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on Jungian psychology, consciousness, and spiritual awakening. Your future self will thank you for it. How to become emotionally invincible. Carl Jung's silent weapon. He who looks outside dreams. He who looks inside awakens. Carl Jung once said these timeless words to remind us that true strength isn't about suppressing emotions, but mastering them. In a world that constantly tests your patience, peace, and purpose, emotional invincibility is not a luxury, it's a necessity. So as you listen today, ask yourself, how much power do you give away to your emotions, and how much do you reclaim? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because here on Spiritual Wisdom, we grow together, transforming pain into strength and awareness into peace. 1. The 90-second rule. Anger is a choice. Anger is not a flaw. It is not a failure. It is a message raw, loud, and honest. It comes from the rejected corners of your being, from the shadow you've been taught to hide. The very thing you were told makes you unlovable. Your needs, your boundaries, your voice is now rising up to be heard. Anger is not trying to ruin your peace. It's trying to teach you where it was never safe to feel. When you get triggered, when your heart pounds and your jaw tightens, it's not about the person or the comment. It's about what was never healed, what was never seen. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." This is not about blame. This is about revelation. Your anger reveals what still aches inside you. Every spike of emotion is an invitation. It says, "Look here. Look at what still needs compassion. Look at the little version of you that didn't get to speak. Look at the boundary you keep letting others cross." When you treat anger as a sacred signal instead of a shameful flaw, you start healing from within. You stop reacting blindly and start responding with intention. That's the difference between suppression and transformation. That's the heart of spiritual wisdom. True spiritual awakening isn't about becoming endlessly calm. It's about becoming endlessly aware. It's the ability to pause before you project, to listen before you lash out, to hold your pain without letting it spill onto others. Anger doesn't destroy relationships. Unconscious anger does. When you carry years of silence, when you bury your truth, it eventually explodes. But when you acknowledge your fire with tenderness, it burns clean. It becomes clarity. It becomes the truth. It becomes the force that builds boundaries, not barriers. Most people don't want to sit with their anger. They want to escape it, suppress it, pray it away. But the escape becomes another cage. You cannot bypass what your soul has assigned as your next lesson. And in this season, anger may be that lesson. Emotional maturity is not about never being triggered. It's about recognizing the trigger, owning your reaction, and asking, what is this trying to teach me? What unmet need is crying out through this emotion? When you start seeing anger as a compass, not a curse, everything shifts. You become less reactive and more reflective. You stop giving your power to external chaos and start reclaiming it through inner clarity. In that space, you're not controlled by anyone. No one's words, looks, or silence can hijack your peace. You have your emotional sovereignty back. There is nothing more powerful than a person who is no longer afraid of their own fire. A person who doesn't run from their rage, but understands it. Who doesn't justify it, but listens. Who doesn't weaponize it, but transforms it. That is the mark of someone who is awakening. That is the path of spiritual depth. Not avoidance, not perfection, but presence. The courage to feel without being consumed. The wisdom to pause, reflect, and alchemize pain into self-respect. Anger is a doorway, and if you're willing to walk through it, not slam it shut, you'll find a part of yourself you've been waiting your whole life to meet. 2. The myth of the button pusher. People have no control over their emotions. When someone offends you, it's easy to believe that they are the problem. Their words, their attitude, their energy. But the truth, as Carl Jung taught, is far more revealing. You're not triggered by them. You're triggered by what's unhealed in you. What stirs your anger or discomfort is rarely about the person in front of you. It's about the unresolved pain, the buried beliefs, the emotional wounds you haven't yet faced. Their comment or behavior is just a match. The fire was already inside. This is spiritual wisdom in its rawest form. Because once you understand that your reactions are reflections of your inner state, everything changes. You stop trying to change the world to feel safe, and you start turning inward. That tightening in your chest, the spiral of thoughts, the heat behind your eyes, it's not just about what happened in the moment. It's about the version of you that never got to speak. The moment you were dismissed as a child, the time you were hurt and told to get over it. When you're emotionally hijacked, you're not really in the present. You're reliving the past, and it's begging to be seen. Most people want control. They want to feel calm, composed, unshaken by the world. So they chase strategies, deep breaths, boundaries, mantras, fake calm. But underneath all of it, the storm still swirls. Because control without awareness is just a temporary escape. Real freedom comes from integration. You don't need to silence the trigger. You need to listen to it. That discomfort is intelligence. That reaction is a messenger. It points to where your love hasn't yet reached. This doesn't mean you tolerate poor treatment or justify others' behavior. It means you take responsibility for your emotional world. It means you begin to ask different questions, not, why are they like this? But why does this hurt me so much? That shift is where power lives. That is where transformation begins. Instead of being pulled into someone else's chaos, you observe it and realize, this isn't mine to carry. That clarity doesn't come from intellectual understanding. It comes from doing the inner work, from facing what you were taught to avoid. Spiritual wisdom teaches that every trigger is sacred. It's an invitation to heal, not to blame. Every person who frustrates you is showing you something about yourself, your expectations, your wounds, your values, your boundaries. They are mirrors, not enemies. Their presence reveals where you are still reactive, still raw, still seeking wholeness through outside validation. But the moment you stop expecting the world to protect your wounds and instead begin to tend to them yourself, you become untouchable, not cold or detached, but centered, aware, and grounded in truth. To never be bothered again is not about building emotional armor. It's about building emotional clarity. You become less reactive not because you've numbed yourself, but because you've finally seen yourself. You understand what lives beneath your anger, what your sadness is trying to say, and what your silence is begging you to hear. And when you do that, when you meet your emotions with compassion instead of resistance, no one holds power over you. Do you recognize that the trigger isn't about them, but about your own healing? If this truth resonates with you, declare it in the comments. I choose to heal what's within me. 3. The shadow holds the key to emotional freedom. Your shadow isn't your enemy. It's the gatekeeper to your emotional freedom. Carl Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to a deeper understanding of ourselves. The things that trigger you, whether it's someone's loud voice, their emotional intensity, or their bold vulnerability, are often reflections of the very parts of yourself you were taught to suppress. You weren't born detached, guarded, or composed. You were trained to be that way. Somewhere along the line, being sensitive became a weakness. Being needy was seen as shameful. Expressing too much joy, anger, or desire was labeled too much, so you buried it. But what's buried doesn't die. It waits. It becomes part of your shadow. And when someone shows up in your life embodying the exact traits you've disowned, something inside you tightens. That tightening is the call. The anger isn't about them. It's about you, meeting the abandoned self. That's why integration, not avoidance, is the path to wholeness. You don't heal by deleting people who trigger you. You heal by asking, what in me is rising to be seen? A woman raised to be the strong one, always composed, may find herself irrationally annoyed by someone who cries openly. But her annoyance is actually her shadow saying, I once cried like that. I was shamed for it. I miss that part of me. Or a man who prides himself on being logical might judge someone deeply intuitive. But the judgment is a mirror showing him the part of his soul that once believed in feeling, but was taught to fear it. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming whole. And wholeness means reclaiming every part of you, even the messy, dramatic, impulsive, insecure fragments you've hidden. Triggers are sacred. They lead you to your unhealed places. Emotional freedom is not about being unbothered. It's about being deeply aware. When someone shakes your peace, they are not stealing your power. They are revealing where it was never stable to begin with. This is the invitation to stop reacting and start reflecting. Every emotional reaction is a doorway. The ones who trigger you are not villains. They are messengers. They mirror your inner work. They call you home to the self you lost while trying to be accepted. To be spiritually awake is not to float above pain, but to stand in it, breathe into it, and ask what it came to teach you. That's the shadow's gift. That's Carl Jung's timeless lesson. 4. Triggers are mirrors and teachers. The people who upset you the most are not random villains in your story. They are precise, intentional mirrors reflecting the unresolved parts of your inner world. That sting you feel when someone mocks you, ignores you, or challenges you. It isn't just about their behavior. It's a signal, a spotlight on the wound you've buried. Instead of asking, why are they like this? Which only traps you in blame, ask, what is this revealing about me? That question is the beginning of real emotional freedom. Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. That's not just a quote, it's a map. When someone disrespects you and it infuriates you, maybe it's because deep down you've struggled with self-worth. When you feel rejected and your heart tightens, maybe it's echoing an old story where you weren't chosen. The emotion isn't the enemy. It's the invitation. It's not about controlling others. It's about integrating the parts of you that still hurt. If someone says something untrue about you and it rolls off your back, it's because there's no hook inside you for that comment to cling to. But if their words cut you deep, it means there's something inside you still uncertain, still afraid it might be true. That's where the mirror becomes a teacher. That's where spiritual awakening begins, not in the silence of meditation, but in the heat of everyday emotion. When you react without reflection, you give away your power. You become a puppet to someone else's words, moods, and projections. But when you pause, when you breathe, when you ask, what is this showing me? You take your power back. You move from emotional slavery to emotional mastery. That's the essence of spiritual wisdom. Not to avoid emotion, but to understand it, to decode it, to alchemize it. This isn't easy work. Blame is easy. Defense is easy. But healing requires awareness. It asks you to get honest about the stories you're still carrying, the roles you're still playing, and the identities you're still clinging to for safety. And it demands you rewrite them, not to please others, but to set yourself free. Your triggers are not flaws. They are sacred clues. They point you to the places in yourself still waiting to be loved, seen, and heard. Every irritation, every judgment, every emotional spiral is a message from your soul. Not to harden you, but to soften you into truth. Because when you stop asking others to change and start doing the inner work, the world outside you begins to shift. You become less reactive, more grounded. You stop being hijacked by external chaos. You stop needing everyone to like you or agree with you. That is true liberation, not being untouched by life, but being unshaken by it. That is the spiritual awakening your soul has been craving. And it begins not with them, but with you. If this message resonated with you, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another moment of self-discovery. Type in the comments, "I am ready to learn from every trigger and grow through it." 5. Emotional mastery is about integration, not suppression. Emotional mastery isn't about being unaffected. It's about being fully aware, about feeling every wave of emotion without letting it dictate who you become. You don't reach peace by ignoring your feelings or pretending they don't exist. You arrive at peace by understanding them so deeply that they no longer control you. Integration doesn't mean staying calm at all costs. It means letting every emotion rise and fall inside you while remaining anchored in your own center. That's not a weakness. That's wisdom. And it's the kind of spiritual wisdom that transforms your entire relationship with the world. When someone says something sharp, it's not their words alone that hurt. It's the memory, the wound, the story it reactivates within you. Your chest tightens, your breath shortens, your thoughts spiral, and in that moment, you have a choice. You can lash out, shut down, or distract yourself. Or you can pause and ask, what is this emotion trying to show me about myself? Carl Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. That's the invitation to stop running from your triggers and start listening to them. They're not curses, they're clues. Suppressing emotion is like holding a beach ball underwater. The more pressure you apply, the more forcefully it will erupt. But when you practice integration, you let the emotion surface, breathe, and pass. You don't identify with it. You observe it. You learn from it. You hold space for it without letting it take over. That's emotional sovereignty, not being immune to pain, but becoming so intimate with it that it can no longer blindside you. A woman once believed her strength came from being the calm one. She never cried in front of others, never got angry, always smiled. But inside, she carried years of unspoken grief and resentment. One day, after a simple conversation triggered her deeply, she didn't suppress it. She didn't perform calm. She sat with her rage, shaking, crying, breathing through it, and listened to what it was saying. It wasn't asking her to destroy anything. It was asking her to finally be honest. That moment didn't make her less peaceful. It made her real. From then on, her calm came from truth, not performance. True integration is when you stop splitting your emotions into good or bad, right or wrong. You recognize them all as parts of you messengers, not enemies. And in doing so, you stop being reactive and start being reflective. You're no longer tossed around by other people's energy because you've learned to anchor into your own. Your inner state becomes yours again, not something anyone else can steal. That's how you rise not above your emotions, but through them. Not by pretending, but by integrating. And when you live this way, spiritual wisdom stops being a concept. It becomes the way you move through life steady, present, and deeply free. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I honor every emotion, and I choose integration over suppression. I am mastering my inner world with grace. 6. Self-worth comes from within, not others. You stop being reactive the moment you stop outsourcing your identity. As long as your sense of self-worth is built on the approval, validation, or recognition of others, you remain vulnerable to every shift in their mood, tone, or opinion. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that journey begins when you no longer hand your power to others. Their words, their judgments, their silence, none of it should determine your value. When your self-worth is externally dependent, every interaction becomes a test. A raised eyebrow feels like rejection. A missed compliment feels like failure. But once you start drawing your identity from within, the game changes. You no longer live to be seen. You live to be aligned. You speak not to impress, but to express. Their approval becomes a bonus, not a requirement. And in that shift, you gain something priceless: inner freedom. Mia, a talented designer, used to live for validation. Her boss's comments shaped her mood, her confidence, her sleep. Every piece of feedback echoed louder than her own voice. But after immersing herself in healing work and Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, she realized something profound about her boss wasn't the problem. Her dependency on external validation was. She stopped needing to be affirmed to feel worthy. She started creating from a place of self-trust, and in doing so, she reclaimed her peace. That's the power of individuation. According to Jung, it's the process of separating your authentic self from the false identities you've worn to survive identities like the people pleaser, the overachiever, or the one who's always agreeable. These masks may win praise, but they cost you your soul. When you release them, you don't become less connected. You become more whole. You don't lose compassion. You gain boundaries. Emotional sovereignty doesn't mean you don't care. It means you care without collapsing. It means you hear someone's opinion without absorbing it into your self-definition. You can love people without needing their permission to feel whole. You can accept feedback without shrinking. And you can walk away from misunderstanding without needing to explain your worth. Carl Jung also reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. So when someone's words sting, ask yourself, what part of me still believes them? What story inside me do they confirm? Often, their voice is just an echo of a wound that hasn't been seen yet. And healing doesn't always mean fixing it, it means integrating. You carry the pain? Yes, but now with wisdom. You see your triggers not as flaws, but as invitations. The moment you stop needing others to tell you who you are, their opinions lose weight. Your energy stops leaking. Your peace becomes steady. You become a mirror of strength, not because you force it, but because you remember it. When your identity is rooted within, you don't need to defend it. You embody it. And that is spiritual wisdom in motion. 7. True power is psychological sovereignty. Carl Jung called it individuation, the sacred path of becoming whole by owning every fragment of your inner world. You don't reach power by numbing your heart or silencing your soul. You arrive at true strength when the places that once bled have been tended to with such honesty and presence that they no longer cry out. You don't flinch when someone disapproves because you've already accepted the parts of you they're pointing at. You don't chase people who leave because you no longer abandon yourself. You don't over-explain because you've made peace with being misunderstood. This is not arrogance. This is what it feels like to be internally free. This freedom doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you're no longer ruled by everything. Anger, sadness, and pain still come and go, but they don't possess you. You don't react automatically. You don't spiral. Instead, you witness. You allow the emotion to rise and pass like a wave that no longer knocks you over, because the ocean within you is no longer chaotic. This is not cold detachment. It is warm awareness. It is spiritual wisdom in motion, the kind that says, I trust myself enough to feel everything without collapsing into anything. You become untouchable, not because you hide, but because you've healed. The judgment of others can no longer define you, because you've already looked your shadows in the eye and stayed. When someone criticizes, you pause not to internalize their words, but to ask, does this resonate with the truth I know in me? And if it doesn't, you release it. You don't carry every dart that's thrown your way. You've built inner walls made of clarity, not fear. You've stopped needing to convince anyone of your worth, because your being alone is the evidence. This kind of power cannot be faked. You can't pretend your way into sovereignty. No meditation trick, no affirmation repeated 1,000 times can replace the deep work of integration. Real peace is earned. It comes from sitting with discomfort until it no longer threatens you. It comes from witnessing your jealousy, your rage, your insecurity, not to judge or banish them, but to understand what they protect. And in that understanding, their grip loosens. That's when you realize it was never about silencing your emotions. It was about learning their language. You don't need to become harder to protect your heart. You need to become softer with yourself. Gentleness is not weakness when it's rooted in self-respect. Silence is not avoidance when it's chosen with discernment. Boundaries are not walls when they're drawn from love, not fear. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that we don't ascend by escaping life. We rise by descending into our own depths and learning how to hold ourselves through it. And so, the people who once triggered you become mirrors, not threats. Their judgments become reflections, not verdicts. Their leaving becomes redirection, not rejection. You no longer fear losing them because you've stopped losing yourself. This is what it means to live whole, not perfect, not unaffected, but rooted, clear, and profoundly free. If this message has stirred something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I reclaim my power. I am whole, rooted, and free. Thank you for watching this video. Remember, true emotional invincibility doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you learn to master your inner world with awareness, patience, and strength. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that will continue to guide your journey of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. The 5 sacred truths spiritually awake souls must never reveal. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." When you awaken spiritually, you begin to see truths that others cannot. Truths so sacred that revealing them can sometimes dim their light. In today's video, we'll uncover the 5 spiritual revelations that awakened souls must guard closely, not out of secrecy, but out of wisdom and energetic protection. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Have you ever felt the urge to share a deep truth that others weren't ready to hear? Comment below and share your experience. And if you feel aligned with this message, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join our spiritual wisdom community to keep growing in light and understanding. 1. Never share your direct experience of awakening. The direct experience of awakening exists beyond the reach of language, beyond any attempt to explain or define it. Trying to describe it is like pouring the ocean into a teacup. No matter how sincere the effort, the container of words will always be too small for something that vast. Those who haven't yet tasted that stillness will often misunderstand. They might see your words as strange, exaggerated, or even arrogant because awakening cannot be understood from the outside. It is not an idea or a philosophy. It is the dissolving of everything you thought you were. In the realm of spirituality, this realization cannot be transferred through speech, only through presence. It must be lived, not told. True spiritual awakening brings the end of separation, and with that, the need to convince or boast disappears. To talk about awakening too much is to fall back into the illusion that there is something to prove, someone to persuade, or something to achieve. The awakened soul recognizes that sharing such experiences too openly can create confusion, not clarity. What was once sacred becomes distorted when filtered through the ego's desire to be understood. Like a finger pointing to the moon, words can only guide others toward the truth, but can never replace the direct seeing itself. The moon remains what it is, untouched by explanation, radiant in silence. When your consciousness expands, your presence becomes your message. You no longer need to speak of enlightenment because your energy, your peace, and your quiet understanding radiate it naturally. This is the invisible transmission of spirituality, the kind of wisdom that flows without words. Others may sense a calmness in you, a depth they can't quite describe, but that feeling itself is the lesson. Spiritual awakening teaches humility. It dissolves the impulse to declare, "I have awakened," because the one who could claim it no longer exists. The more deeply you awaken, the quieter you become, not because you hide the truth, but because you honor its sacredness. To share the experience of awakening too soon is to hand a mirror to someone who still believes they are the reflection. They will only see their own projections. That is why every mystic and sage has spoken in metaphors, not instructions. They knew that truth must be discovered within, not borrowed from another. So the awakened walk gently through the world, embodying what cannot be spoken, carrying the stillness of the divine wherever they go. The awakened do not teach through speech, they teach through presence. Their silence becomes the highest form of communication, a living proof that spirituality is not something to explain, but something to be. Did this truth resonate with you? If it did, comment "awake" below to show that you understand the sacred value of keeping your awakening experience private. 2. Never share the specific practices that worked for you. Your spiritual path is a deeply personal unfolding, shaped by the rhythm of your soul, your temperament, and the unique circumstances of your life. What awakens one person may mislead another, and what liberates one soul may imprison someone else. That is why you must never share the specific practices that worked for you as if they were universal keys to enlightenment. True spirituality is not a formula to be copied, but a revelation to be experienced. When you reveal every detail of your methods, even with good intentions, you risk turning something sacred and alive into another ego-driven pursuit. As Carl Jung wisely said, the shoe that fits one person pinches another. The journey of spiritual development must unfold in its own way, at its own pace, and in its own time for each individual soul. The moment you begin to wake up, you realize that spirituality has never been about doing more, achieving more, or collecting more knowledge. It is about seeing what has always been present. Awakening does not happen through endless techniques or strict disciplines. It happens when the veil of illusion falls and you perceive life as it truly is. When you share your exact practices, others may begin to imitate your steps, believing that your path is the map to their freedom. But in doing so, they become trapped in the very illusion they seek to escape, the illusion that awakening can be earned or replicated. True realization happens in stillness, in the sacred pause where you surrender your need to control the process and simply allow awareness to reveal itself. The most awakened souls often grow quieter as their understanding deepens. They no longer preach or insist. Instead, they embody the wisdom they've discovered. They know that certain truths lose their power when spoken, and that some insights can only be understood through direct experience. If you tell someone exactly how you became free, you may unintentionally burden them with another belief that their liberation lies in mimicking your steps. Yet every soul must pass through its own night of transformation before meeting the light within. The path that guided you, whether meditation, solitude, loss, or surrender, was crafted specifically for your evolution. Their path may look entirely different, and that difference is not a mistake, but divine precision. Guard the sacredness of your practices not out of secrecy, but out of reverence. What helped you awaken was a conversation between your soul and the infinite, a private dialogue that cannot be translated into another language. When you share too much, you risk turning your awakening into another concept for others to chase. Instead, live as the example. Let your presence speak what words cannot express. Spirituality is not meant to be taught through rigid instruction, but through embodied truth. Like art, you can describe the colors of your journey, but no one else can paint with your exact brush. The essence of spirituality lies in realization, not imitation. Protect what is sacred. Share the light, but not the ladder you climbed. Inspire others to find their own way back to themselves. For the highest form of teaching is silent radiance, where your being itself becomes the message, and your life becomes the living proof that awakening is not found in methods, but in awareness. Comment below. I honor my sacred path. If you understand that what works for your soul is uniquely yours. Protect your spiritual growth by keeping your deepest practices private, because true transformation doesn't need validation, only devotion. 3. Never share your insights about other people. When you become spiritually awake, your vision deepens, and you begin to perceive the unseen architecture of people's inner worlds, their illusions, fears, and ego patterns that shape how they live and react. You can see through pretenses, masks, and false identities. And this new awareness feels like a light shining through the fog of human unconsciousness. Yet one of the greatest lessons of spiritual wisdom, as Carl Jung often emphasized, is knowing that not every truth must be spoken. You may see someone's wound clearly, but revealing it before they are ready is like tearing open a cocoon before the butterfly has developed its wings. You do not help the creature evolve. You destroy the sacred process of transformation. Spiritual growth cannot be forced. It unfolds naturally through divine timing. Everyone awakens in their own season, and your role is not to accelerate that process through interference, but to honor it through compassion. The spiritually mature understand that insight is powerful energy, and when directed without wisdom, it can wound instead of heal. Speaking about someone's illusions or ego structure before they have developed the strength to face them will only trigger defense, denial, or pain. True guidance does not expose, it holds space. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But that privilege must be discovered, not handed over. Therefore, your silence becomes an act of respect, a form of love that trusts the soul's timing more than your need to be understood. You must learn to see without judgment, to feel without trying to fix, and to love without trying to control. Because to awaken spiritually is to realize that each person is their own alchemist, turning their pain into awareness when the moment is right. Instead of forcing realization through words, let your energy do the teaching. The way you live, the calm in your presence, the integrity in your choices speak louder than any explanation could. Those who are meant to awaken around you will sense it. They will feel the silent vibration of truth and be inspired to look within. This is how spiritual wisdom expresses itself, not in preaching or correction, but in presence. Lao Tzu once said, "Those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know." The awakened soul understands this paradox deeply. Silence is not ignorance, it is mastery. To hold truth gently, to guard revelation until the listener is ready, is to act in alignment with universal law. So when you see someone lost in illusion, resist the urge to tear away their veil. Trust that their path, no matter how chaotic or confusing, is perfectly designed to lead them back to themselves. Offer compassion instead of commentary, patience instead of pressure. When the time comes, The universe will awaken them in ways no human word ever could. Until then, be the mirror, not the messenger, the one whose quiet light helps others find their reflection. In that silence, you embody the deepest teaching of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. Transformation is never given. It is realized. If this message speaks to your spirit, repeat these words with intention. I honor divine truth and respect the sacred silence of others. I choose wisdom over judgment. Let this affirmation remind you that true spiritual wisdom is quiet, compassionate, and discerning. 4. Never share the realization of emptiness or the void. The realization of emptiness is one of the most sacred and dangerous awakenings a soul can experience. When you truly see that everything is fluid, impermanent, and without a fixed self, the foundation of your old reality begins to crumble. You no longer see the world as separate objects or identities. You see energy, movement, constant transformation. In that moment, the illusion of control dies, and something far deeper is born. The awareness that life itself is dreaming through you. This is not a thought or a theory. It is a direct experience of oneness, where the boundaries between you and everything else dissolve into light. But for the unprepared, this realization is terrifying. To the unawakened mind, hearing that there is no self feels like death. It sounds like nothingness, as if all meaning has vanished. Yet in spirituality, this nothingness is the womb of creation, the silent space from which all forms, all thoughts, and all love arise. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." This is why the awakened must protect such truths, for not everyone is ready to face the void within. To speak of emptiness to someone still bound by ego is to hand them a mirror too bright to look into. They will recoil, confuse freedom with despair, and call truth an illusion. That is why great teachers from the Buddha to the mystics of every age have always revealed this wisdom gradually. They understood that truth, given at the wrong time, becomes poison instead of medicine. A child cannot yet grasp the vastness of the ocean. Likewise, an unawakened mind cannot yet hold the immensity of nothingness. The soul must be softened first, its roots strengthened by compassion, surrender, and silence before it can bear the infinite. The deeper you walk into spiritual awakening, the more you realize that emptiness is not an absence, it is fullness beyond measure. It is the stillness behind every sound, the breath behind every heartbeat, the unchanging witness behind all change. When you perceive this, life no longer feels like a chain of events, but like one eternal dance unfolding in perfect harmony. What once felt personal now feels universal. Pain transforms into wisdom, loss into liberation. You begin to see that what you truly are has never been born and can never die. In that space, fear disappears because there is no you left to protect only awareness itself, endless and free. Yet this sacred realization cannot be taught. It can only be lived. As the Tao Te Ching reminds us, those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know. The spiritually awakened soul does not need to explain the void. They embody it through peace, gentleness, and presence. Their silence becomes the teaching. Their being becomes the message. To share the truth of emptiness with those who are not ready is to risk breaking what little structure they have built to survive. Therefore, the wise protect it not out of secrecy, but out of compassion. They understand that spiritual wisdom is like fire. It can warm and illuminate, but in the wrong hands, it burns. So the awakened remain quiet, living as vessels of grace, knowing that when another soul is ready, they will see the same light not through words, but through the mirror of their own stillness. If this message has touched something deep within you, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your reflections in the comments below. Together, let's honor the sacred silence of the awakened soul and walk this path of spiritual truth with grace and humility. 5. Never share your sense of ultimate freedom beyond morality. When you reach a deeper state of spiritual development, you begin to see that morality and social rules are not divine laws, but human agreements, temporary constructs created to maintain order in a world still asleep. Through spirituality, you awaken to the realization that these systems of right and wrong are relative, reflections of collective consciousness rather than eternal truths. But true freedom, the kind that arises from awakening, never leads to chaos or moral decay. Instead, it blossoms into spontaneous compassion. When you harm another, you instinctively feel the pain as your own, for in the clarity of awakening, the illusion of separation dissolves. You understand that every act of kindness you give returns to you, not by law, but by the simple rhythm of unity. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And when you truly become, your actions flow not from duty or fear, but from natural harmony with existence itself. To the spiritually awakened, morality is no longer a cage, it becomes a dance. You move within the patterns of society, aware that it's all a game humanity agreed to play, and yet you play it with grace, not rebellion. You no longer need commandments to remind you to love or forgive, because love and forgiveness arise as your default state of being. However, this realization is not one you can easily share, because if you were to say, "I am beyond good and evil," it would sound like arrogance or corruption to those still bound by duality. They would mistake transcendence for defiance, wisdom for moral collapse. And so, the awakened soul learns the art of silence, choosing to live truth rather than explain it. This silence is not concealment, but compassion. You understand that others are still learning through contrast, through the very boundaries you've outgrown. So you live wisely within the world, not as a saint detached from its struggles, but as a silent participant who knows the hidden mechanics of consciousness. You engage in everyday life, follow the customs, speak the language, respect the rules, yet inwardly you remain untouched, aware that this is all part of the grand performance of awakening. You no longer judge or condemn because you see through the veil. All beings are playing roles in the divine theater of growth. And so, the awakened person becomes effortlessly moral, not out of fear of consequence, but from deep recognition of oneness. You don't need to tell people you're free. Your presence makes others feel freer in themselves. You don't need to reject society's codes. You transcend them by embodying their highest essence: kindness, empathy, understanding. In spirituality, this is the paradox of enlightenment. When you are truly beyond morality, you become the purest expression of it. You no longer perform goodness, you are goodness. True freedom is not found in breaking the rules, but in seeing them clearly and choosing love regardless. The spiritually awakened do not escape the world. They illuminate it, walking among others with quiet awareness, anchored in truth, and guided by a peace that no law could ever impose. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the quiet power of your own soul. Freedom beyond morality is not rebellion, it's transcendence. It's the stillness that comes when you no longer seek approval, when right and wrong dissolve into pure awareness. Repeat after me. I am free beyond judgment. I live in truth, not fear. True spiritual awakening isn't about collecting secrets. It's about learning discernment. Some truths are meant to be lived, not spoken. The awakened soul understands that silence can be the highest form of wisdom, for not everything sacred belongs in the hands of the unready. If this message resonates with you, please take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the depths of consciousness and the soul's journey. 13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. The brighter your light, the fewer will be able to stand close to you. Your aura holds immense power and unseen energy that shapes how others feel, react, and even reveal their true selves around you. In today's video, 13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. Carl Jung, Spiritual Wisdom. We'll explore the spiritual and psychological clues that show your energy is not just strong, but transformative. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. So as you listen, ask yourself, are you living in harmony with your energy, or dimming your light to make others comfortable? Share your thoughts in the comments and let us know which sign resonates most with your journey of spiritual growth and awakening. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Your aura is the silent force that enters the room before you do. It's not just energy, it's your soul speaking in frequencies. Carl Jung may never have used the word aura, but his understanding of the unconscious mind revealed a profound truth. When your inner world is aligned, your very presence becomes undeniable. It's not about looks, words, or performance. It's about spiritual integration. When your conscious mind no longer resists your shadow, when you've faced your fears, healed your wounds, and chosen wholeness over perfection, you begin to emit something rare, an energetic signature so strong that people feel it in their bones. This is the invisible language of spiritual awakening, the vibration of someone who knows who they are and no longer seeks permission to be. But here's the paradox. This energy doesn't always attract admiration. In fact, it often creates disruption. Not because you're disruptive, but because your truth rattles illusions, your peace agitates chaos, and your self-acceptance exposes insecurities. You're not triggering others by being loud, you're triggering them by being real. Jung called this projection, the unconscious tendency to assign our denied qualities onto others. So when people avoid your eyes, speak nervously, or criticize you without cause, it's often because they're not seeing you. They're seeing themselves, reflected through your clarity. You don't have to do anything wrong to make someone uncomfortable. Your presence alone is a mirror, and not everyone is ready to face their reflection. In the real world, this energetic contrast shows up everywhere. You may find people are drawn to you yet unsettled. You might intimidate coworkers without trying. Friends may misread your boundaries as arrogance. It's not because you're superior. It's because your vibration reveals what's unhealed in them. And for those who live in denial, that kind of revelation feels like a threat. But your job isn't to shrink. Your role is to understand. You didn't come here to blend in. You came here to raise the frequency of the room by being the frequency. You don't lower your light to comfort the dark. You rise, and in doing so, invite others to rise with you. The more spiritually awake you become, the less you feel the need to explain your energy. You stop negotiating your worth in rooms that can't hold your truth. You stop bending your boundaries to keep false peace. You carry your aura like a silent message. I have done the inner work. I have faced my shadows. I walk in alignment. And that alignment speaks louder than any performance ever could. You realize that power doesn't shout. It whispers. It just is. And when you embody that truth, you no longer chase validation, you radiate it. You become a catalyst, not by force, but by frequency. You don't demand respect. You embody it, and you let others decide whether they are ready to meet you where you are. So keep walking in your light. Keep honoring your energy. Let your presence be your statement. And if you're ready to fully own the power of your aura, type it into the universe now. I align my energy. Because the moment you do, the world will begin to rearrange itself around the truth of who you've become. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. You don't need to explain yourself because your energy already speaks volumes. You unsettle not because you're loud, but because you're real. You don't perform, you embody. And that embodiment is rare, which is why it rattles those who are still hiding. Your aura doesn't ask for attention. It commands honesty. Carl Jung reminded us that what we deny within ourselves doesn't go away. It surfaces when someone else reflects it. That's what your aura does. You reflect back to others the parts they've buried, denied, or avoided. You shine with spiritual wisdom, and while some will be inspired, others will feel threatened not by you, but by what they see in themselves when you're near. This is why people pull away or react strangely, not because of who you are, but because of who they are not yet ready to become. Your alignment disrupts their confusion. Your truth shakes the lies they still cling to. And your calm presence can feel like a storm in the minds of those still trapped in their masks. But let this be a lesson. You are not responsible for shrinking, so others feel tall. You are not here to bend to make others comfortable in their delusion. Your spiritual development has made your energy precise, sharp, clean, and for those tangled in emotional noise, that can feel like judgment. But it is not judgment. It is clarity. And clarity often feels like an attack to those used to chaos. The frequency you hold now is one that reveals. It doesn't flatter, it unveils. It doesn't soothe, it awakens. An awakening isn't gentle. It breaks. It rebuilds. You are no longer participating in the performance. You no longer seek validation or manipulate perception. You are no longer addicted to being liked. You are devoted to being real. And realness is the highest rebellion in a world built on illusion. Some people will crave your energy like oxygen. Others will run from it like fire. But both responses prove its power. Because when you stop chasing, convincing, fixing, when you stand in your soul, your aura becomes a mirror that reflects truth. Not everyone is ready to look. But you are not here to be everyone's comfort. You are here to be your own truth. You are no longer just a person in the room. You are the room. You shift the atmosphere by simply being. You walk into a space and the unseen shifts, not because you're trying, because you are aligned. That's what spiritual wisdom looks like when it's lived, not spoken, not posted, but embodied. You are now the energy. You are now the presence. And you are now the permission others didn't know they needed to wake up. Some will love you. Some will leave you. But all will feel you. And that is your gift. That is your power. So hold your head high and never apologize for being the storm that clears the air. If you feel this truth in your bones, comment below. I own my authentic energy. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the spiritual insight your soul has been waiting for. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just light up a room, it reveals what others try to hide. Without speaking, you become a mirror, reflecting the emotional states, insecurities, and shadows of those around you. People often mistake this reflection for judgment, when in reality, it's their own unresolved pain rising to the surface. You trigger what's buried not because you're arrogant or forceful, but because your presence is aligned, grounded, and whole. That alone can be deeply unsettling to anyone still wearing masks. Your energy doesn't lie. It vibrates with truth, and truth makes people uncomfortable, especially those who haven't yet faced theirs. You walk in authenticity, and that makes others second-guess the roles they're playing. It's not about superiority, it's resonance. Energy always communicates before words ever do. That's why some people may feel an instant connection with you, while others pull away, criticize, or become strangely silent in your presence. They're not reacting to you. They're reacting to what their own energy feels when yours enters the space. A powerful aura amplifies. It draws attention, not through noise, but through stillness, not through appearance, but through presence. You don't chase approval because your soul is self-validating. You don't seek attention because you've already made peace with solitude. And that quiet confidence can expose people's need for validation, their attachments, their anxieties. This is why your aura often evokes extreme reactions, admiration or resentment, curiosity or avoidance. Either way, you're not neutral. You shift the dynamic simply by being. You didn't wake up with this kind of energy by chance. It was earned. You've gone through darkness, purified your mind, healed your wounds, and taken the long road of inner work. That journey gave you a frequency most haven't yet reached. While others are caught up in surface-level appearances, you radiate from your core. That kind of radiance reveals the emptiness behind performance. And so people either feel inspired to rise or pressured to hide. There's nothing you need to fix. If others feel uneasy around you, that discomfort is their own soul calling them to awaken. Your aura isn't too much. It's just too real. Keep showing up with integrity. Keep walking with quiet power. You're not meant to shrink for the comfort of those avoiding growth. You are the reminder that healing is possible, that wholeness is real, and that light, when it shines without apology, changes everything. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to our channel and stay connected with a community that understands the power of energy and self-awareness. Here, we explore how your presence can reflect truth, heal wounds, and inspire growth. Remember, your aura is not a threat. It's a gift, Keep shining. 4. Individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you fully integrate your shadow and awaken to your true self, you don't become louder, you become undeniable. Carl Jung called this state individuation, the sacred union of all parts of the psyche, both light and dark. It's not something you wear like a badge. It's something you radiate. Your energy no longer seeks validation. It commands respect in silence. You don't need to enter a room to be seen. Your aura gets there first. It's a quiet power, one that doesn't beg for attention, yet draws it like gravity. And while that sounds beautiful, it also comes with an unexpected edge. Your coherence disturbs those who are fragmented. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness forces them to feel the disconnection within themselves. You are a walking mirror, and not everyone is ready to look. People who hide behind personas, who stitch together their identity from approval and avoidance, will sense something different in you, and it will make them uncomfortable. Your clarity is a confrontation. Your stillness shakes their noise. Your energy, forged from truth, feels like an earthquake beneath their illusions. You may notice this in passive remarks, sudden distance, or unexplained tension. This is not rejection. It's resistance to the frequency you embody. It's not that people don't like you. It's that your presence challenges what they've built to protect their own denial. And so, without trying, you become a disruptor of illusions. In offices, your silence can echo louder than conversation. In social circles, your groundedness feels like rebellion. In family dynamics, your mere existence threatens roles that were never yours to carry. You've stepped into a spiritual awakening where your presence is no longer neutral. It's transformative. You don't push people. Your energy simply reveals where they stand. That's what happens when your soul stops negotiating with your ego. You become a frequency many haven't yet tuned into, and the disharmony is felt. But remember this: your purpose is not to dilute yourself for comfort. You weren't made to harmonize with dysfunction. You were made to stand as a lighthouse in a fog of confusion. Your authenticity may disturb the room, but it also has the power to liberate it. Don't shrink to fit their comfort zone. Expand to match your calling. Your aura now carries the mark of someone who has transmuted pain into wisdom, chaos into clarity. You've done what most only dream of, facing the inner storm and coming out with peace, not pretense. That's why people feel you before they know you. That's why your presence lingers even after you've left. It's not ego, it's energy. And energy doesn't lie. Some will be magnetized to you, others will recoil. Both reactions are sacred, because your role is not to be liked. Your role is to be true. In that truth, you awaken others not by preaching, but by being. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to be felt. And those who can't handle your wholeness are simply not ready to meet their own. Keep going. You are not too much. You are the storm that clears, the presence that awakens, the embodiment of spiritual wisdom. Comment below: I am whole, and my energy speaks truth. 5. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space, it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That unconscious material fear, guilt, jealousy needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you just by being real disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they've buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light, to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms, and don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 6. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention, it demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you. and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word. That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth, even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below. My energy awakens truth if you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more insights like this. 7. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say you're too serious, too intense, or too much when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior, it's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes. And that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently, You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power, not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic, you're not alone. Comment, "I resonate with this," if you felt this way. Or, "Not my experience," if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 8. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura enters the room before you do. It's not imagination. It's an energetic truth. You carry a frequency that either lifts the space or shakes it to the core, depending on the emotional state of those around you. This shift is immediate, undeniable, and deeply felt by both the conscious and unconscious mind. When your aura is powerful, it doesn't just complement a space, it alters it. That alteration might bring clarity and peace, or it might provoke discomfort and resistance. But either way, it never leaves things the same. You've likely experienced moments where people stared at you without knowing why, or suddenly changed their behavior once you walked in. That's not about your appearance. It's your energy field, stirring their emotional waters. People who have unresolved chaos within them feel exposed around you because your presence highlights the imbalance they carry. You aren't trying to confront anyone. Your alignment simply reflects what they've been avoiding. Your stillness triggers their noise. Even animals and children respond to this energy. A dog might approach you with deep calm or run off with anxiety, sensing your frequency. Children, with their intuitive purity, often become fixated on you or strangely shy, not because of who you are on the surface, but because they feel the soul-level charge your aura emits. They sense truth in a world often cluttered with masks. In modern life, this power can be misunderstood. A woman named Maya once shared that in every workplace she entered, the atmosphere shifted. Colleagues would either open up emotionally within minutes or begin to distance themselves for no clear reason. She began to wonder if something was wrong with her. But in time, she realized the truth. Her energy was a mirror. It reflected the unresolved in others, not because she was trying to, but because she lived in deep inner alignment. That level of coherence made others feel their own fragmentation more clearly. Your aura is a field of influence. It communicates more loudly than words ever could. You don't have to try to be noticed, you are noticed. Not because you want attention, but because your energy commands it. And that command comes not from ego, but from authenticity. When you are whole within yourself, you create tension for those who are split between their truth and their persona. This is not your fault. It's the natural consequence of becoming someone who no longer hides. You shift the atmosphere not by doing, but by being. Your energy is a catalyst. Let it be. Don't dim it to fit into emotionally stagnant rooms. Don't shrink it to soothe discomfort. If your aura disturbs the room, maybe the room needed to be disturbed. If you're still tuned in, comment below, "I shift energy," to let us know you're feeling this truth. Your voice helps us grow this space of awareness and light. 9. People confide in you unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years. Their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety, a silent invitation that tells people, you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people, it's okay to feel, it's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, "I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now." You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, "I am open to understanding," to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you, not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not. You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried, their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions, you're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others. Admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light. Let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal, it's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder. And your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden. And that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. you start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged, you're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be? That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. But that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it, you revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura. Not to be admired, but to be unshakable. Not to impress, but to embody. Not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. And remember, your aura is not something to shrink or hide. It's a reflection of the light you've earned through growth, resilience, and spiritual awakening. Those who can't handle it were never meant to walk beside your higher path. Continue nurturing your energy, protecting your peace, and walking in authenticity. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos designed to guide your spiritual awakening and inner transformation. Your aura terrifies them. 6 psychological signs you're too powerful for most people to handle. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. When your aura is powerful, you don't have to speak loudly or demand attention. Your presence alone shakes the room. Some people may feel threatened, uncomfortable, or even intimidated by your silent strength. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because your authenticity exposes their masks and insecurities. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we're uncovering the 6 psychological signs that reveal why your aura is too powerful for most people to handle, and how embracing these traits can lead to more confidence, fulfillment, and spiritual alignment. Before we dive in, tell me in the comments, have you ever felt like others were uneasy around you for no clear reason? Your answer might just reveal the true depth of your inner power. 1. Your presence acts as a mirror. Your aura is not loud, but it is powerful in a way that unsettles people who still depend on their masks. You do not have to speak to shift the entire atmosphere in a room. Your grounded presence already does it for you. When you show up as your authentic self, aligned with your truth, others immediately feel something happening inside them, something they cannot quite name. Their energy shifts. Their eyes linger. Some become curious, others defensive. Your existence sends a silent signal. Honesty lives here. And honesty is the last thing many people are ready to face during their spiritual awakening. Your presence functions like a mirror that reflects their deepest insecurities and unresolved emotional wounds. They suddenly become aware of their own masks, their fears of rejection, their discomfort with vulnerability. While you are simply existing, they feel exposed. It is not because you judge them. It is because your energy reveals the truth they try so hard to hide, even from themselves. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Your aura forces that unconscious material to rise to the surface, and for many, that is terrifying. You live with a level of self-awareness that many have avoided their entire lives. When you say yes, you mean yes. When you say no, you do not apologize. This spiritual wisdom and inner clarity highlight where others bend themselves just to feel accepted. You do not shrink to make others comfortable, and that courage exposes where they constantly shrink. You do not perform. You do not pretend. You do not depend on validation. That reality reminds them of how deeply disconnected they are from who they truly are. Your energy carries a silent demand for authenticity, not through pressure, through presence. And the ego fears presence. When someone looks at you, it is as if they are being seen twice, once by you and once by their own shadow. They begin questioning whether the life they show to the world is really the life their soul desires. This internal confrontation is the first step of a spiritual awakening, but many choose escape instead of transformation. They might avoid you, gossip about you, or project negativity onto you, not realizing they are reacting to the mirror, not the person. Still, the impact you leave is undeniable. You might notice that people either deeply admire you or feel strangely threatened by you. Very rarely is there a neutral response. Souls who are ready for growth will feel drawn to you, inspired by your confidence, honesty, and emotional strength. Those who cling to illusion will feel judged even when you stay silent. Your aura does not attack them, it awakens them. An awakening hurts before it heals. Your power is the truth you embody without effort. You do not teach by lecturing, you teach by being. Your spirituality is not a performance, it is a lived experience. You are the reminder that there is more depth to life than the surface everyone hides behind. And that reminder, that reflection, is why your aura terrifies some, even while it inspires others. Because the moment they meet you, they also meet themselves. If this message resonates with you, show your strength in the comments by writing, "I accept my powerful presence." 2. You set boundaries without guilt. You set boundaries without guilt. And that alone reveals a powerful stage of your spirituality and spiritual development, because you finally understand that true love never demands self-abandonment. You're done shrinking yourself, over-explaining, or sacrificing your peace just to make others comfortable, because you now know that people who truly respect you do not require justification for your choices. No has become a complete sentence. Your boundaries are not rejection, they are clarity, and clarity makes manipulators nervous. When you stop allowing guilt to control your decisions, the people who once benefited from your silence may suddenly call you selfish, distant, or cold. But what they truly mean is, I can no longer use you. Their discomfort has nothing to do with your growth, and everything to do with the fact that your strength exposes their dependence on controlling you. Your aura becomes a mirror that reflects their insecurities, and that is why your firmness feels terrifying to them. You have learned the difference between being kind and being used, the difference between being supportive and being a savior. You refuse emotional hostage-taking, chaos, and guilt-tripping because you refuse to betray yourself. You recognize that peace is more valuable than approval, self-respect more precious than acceptance from the wrong people. Distance becomes a form of wisdom. Silence becomes a form of power. You are no longer afraid of losing those who were never afraid of losing you. Your boundaries are now a protective shield around your energy, calm, firm, and unapologetically honest. This transformation is spiritual courage, choosing yourself, choosing truth, choosing the version of you that you fought to become. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Because the moment you embrace who you are, you stop tolerating anything less from others. Anyone who walks away because you no longer allow them to step over your limits was never meant to stay. Anyone who becomes angry at your self-respect only reveals their intentions. Let them fall away. The ones who are meant for you will respect your boundaries, will honor your needs, and will celebrate your strength instead of punishing you for it. Protect your time, your energy, your emotional well-being. Protect the new you, the healed you, the you that finally knows your worth. Your powerful aura does not frighten everyone, only the ones who hoped you would stay small. If you're ready to honor your power without guilt, comment below. My boundaries are sacred. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss more powerful insights from spiritual wisdom. 3. You radiate calm confidence. You radiate calm confidence, not because you try to stand out, but because you are not afraid to stand alone. Your silence speaks louder than those who shout for attention, and your stillness carries more strength than those who constantly perform. People feel your presence before you ever say a word, and that presence exposes the noise they use to distract themselves from their own insecurities. Carl Jung said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart, and without meaning to, you make others look into theirs. For those who fear their own truth, someone like you becomes unsettling. Those who rely on applause to feel valuable cannot understand how someone can shine without wanting to be seen. Your authenticity becomes the mirror that reveals everything people are trying to hide. When you walk into a room, you do not chase eyes, yet eyes turn toward you. You do not demand respect, yet respect rises naturally. And that quiet self-trust, rooted in spiritual wisdom, disturbs anyone whose confidence is just a mask. People who thrive on attention feel invisible around you, and those who manipulate through noise suddenly lose their power, because your presence proves that control does not come from intimidation, but from alignment. They sense you cannot be swayed by flattery or shaken by judgment, and that threatens the ones who live off chaos. You hold yourself with a rare inner stability. Your yes means yes, Your no means no. You do not shrink to make others comfortable, and you do not stretch yourself thin just to be liked. This clarity makes insecure people uncomfortable because it exposes the boundaries they lack. Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." You are that privilege in motion. You are becoming yourself unapologetically. And those who do not yet know who they are will feel fear before they feel admiration. Your calmness is not passive. It is power that has matured. You have mastered the storms inside you, so the storms outside cannot break you. You do not need to prove your worth, argue for attention, or validate your existence. That level of peace looks like danger to those who gain confidence only when others doubt themselves. They worry because they can't predict you. They pull away because they can't control you. They judge you because they can't figure you out. And the more silent you remain, the louder their fears become. So when people act nervous, defensive, or jealous around you, remember, it is not because you are doing too much. It is because you cannot be easily shaken. Your aura tells the truth they avoid. Your energy demands honesty. And your presence challenges others to rise, to heal, to finally face the parts of themselves they keep buried. That is why they stare. That is why they whisper. That is why they fear what they do not understand. You are calm, but not to be underestimated. You are silent, but never small. You are powerful simply by being real. 4. You embody emotional maturity. You embody emotional maturity because you have done the inner work that most people avoid. You feel your emotions with honesty instead of denying them, and you process your pain instead of projecting it onto others. You refuse to make people responsible for wounds that were never theirs to carry. This emotional responsibility is a sign of deep spirituality, a powerful marker of spiritual awakening, because it means you are no longer controlled by fear, insecurity, or emotional chaos. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate." You have courageously made the unconscious conscious, choosing healing instead of blame, reflection instead of reaction. Your calm presence exposes the turmoil that others try to hide. While most people panic, lash out, or escape into distractions, you sit with your discomfort and let it teach you. Your emotional discipline threatens those who use manipulation, guilt, or drama to gain control. They cannot influence someone who knows their own heart. They cannot overpower someone who refuses to abandon themselves for approval. When others feel anxious, you stay grounded. When they get defensive, you stay curious. When they try to pull you into emotional battles, you disengage with grace. That makes your aura feel too powerful for those who depend on chaos to feel significant. You do not chase validation or sacrifice your peace to prove your worth. You know when to speak and when to stay silent. You know when to give and when to walk away. Your boundaries are strong but not cold. You love deeply, yet you refuse to shrink to make others comfortable. This level of emotional maturity becomes a mirror, reflecting people's insecurities back to them. It reveals who is ready to grow and who would rather stay wounded. Some will misunderstand your self-control as apathy, your wisdom as superiority, or your independence as rejection. But the truth is, you simply value your energy too much to waste it on emotional games. Your aura becomes a challenge without saying a word. You ask others to rise higher. Your stability forces people to confront their instability. Your healing reminds them that they too must heal. Your resilience proves that strength is a choice. While they cling to old patterns, you evolve. While they mask their weaknesses, you transform yours into power. What they call intimidating is simply the freedom they have not yet granted themselves. You are the embodiment of emotional maturity, rooted in spiritual wisdom and guided by self-awareness. You are proof that real power is quiet, grounded, and compassionate. Your aura terrifies those who are not ready to take responsibility for their own emotional world. And while they may try to resist your growth, they cannot deny the truth your presence reveals. You are rare, powerful, and rising into who you were always meant to become. If you're ready to rise above chaos and walk with emotional maturity, make sure to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Comment below. My emotional maturity is my true strength. 5. You see through illusions. You see through illusions because your inner world stays aligned with truth rather than appearances, giving you a rare clarity that feels almost unsettling to those who survive by pretending. You instantly notice what is not being said, feel emotions people try to hide, and sense the distance between someone's polished image and their real intentions. You do not shame anyone or call out their masks, but simply by being present, you encourage authenticity, and that alone can terrify those who cling to a false identity they are afraid to lose. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate." And you are the kind of person who brings the unconscious to the surface without saying a word. Your discernment shifts the energy whenever you enter a room. Eyes turn not because you are loud, but because your aura demands honesty. Those who rely on manipulation, pleasing, or performance feel exposed in your presence, since your gaze, calm and observant, sees beyond the performance and into the truth they refuse to acknowledge. You show people who they are without judgment, but the truth can feel like a spotlight to someone who has lived in shadows. You are spiritually developed enough to understand that connection must be real to matter, so you don't waste time with surface-level living. You have outgrown conversations that go nowhere and relationships built on pretense. This spiritual maturity challenges the superficial norms around you, where many value validation more than integrity. Your quiet confidence disrupts that system. It sends a clear message. Masks are not welcome here. People who depend on their masks feel threatened not by your actions, but by your authenticity, because you remind them of who they could be if they stopped running from themselves. Some will distance themselves from you, not because you hurt them, but because being near you forces them to confront their own insecurities. Others will be drawn to you, craving your presence like a breath of fresh air, because you make honesty feel safe and liberation feel possible. Your spiritual development has given you a power that needs no explanation, no forcing, no noise. You simply exist, and truth follows. So remember this: your gift is not to expose or embarrass people. It is to live in alignment and allow others the chance to rise. Your presence will inspire the brave and challenge the fearful. The reactions you receive are not a measure of your worth, but a reflection of the depth of your authenticity. Keep seeing what others hide. keep feeling what others suppress, and never apologize for the clarity that makes you powerful. 6. You're at peace with being misunderstood. You have reached a level of spiritual awakening where you no longer fear being misunderstood, because deep down, you know that people can only meet you at the level of their own awareness and healing. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and you are finally stepping into that truth without apology. You have outgrown the need for approval, validation, and constant explanation. Instead of bending your identity to be likable or accepted, you choose peace over proving yourself, authenticity over fitting in, and self-respect over temporary popularity. You no longer shrink or tone yourself down just to avoid making others uncomfortable, because you understand that your presence itself can shift the entire atmosphere in a room. Your energy exposes illusions, your clarity reveals confusion, and your honesty confronts the denial others rely on to protect their fragile sense of self. People who operate from masks, insecurity, and ego can feel threatened by a soul like yours. Without saying a single word, you become a mirror that reflects everything they try to hide: their unhealed wounds, their doubts, their fears. Some will label you intense, arrogant, or too much, simply because your authenticity forces them to see what they are not yet ready to acknowledge within themselves. But instead of trying to explain your intentions or soften your light to comfort them, you allow them to feel whatever they feel while you remain grounded in your power. Your aura disrupts illusions and awakens truth, and that can be terrifying to those who depend on deception to feel safe. Choosing to let misunderstandings exist without chasing anyone's approval is a sign of emotional and spiritual maturity. You honor your voice even when others misinterpret it. You protect your peace even when others don't understand your silence. You follow your path even if others can't comprehend its direction. And you finally recognize that the right people will understand you without needing an explanation, and the wrong ones will misunderstand you no matter how much you explain. By embracing your truth fully and refusing to compromise your essence, you attract only those strong enough to handle your presence and aligned enough to walk beside you. Your spiritual wisdom has taught you a powerful truth. When you choose authenticity, you will lose people who are connected to your mask, but you will find people who are connected to your soul. That is where your true power lies, in the courage to keep shining, keep growing, and keep choosing yourself even when others cannot see your vision or feel your heart. Being misunderstood is not your burden anymore. It is proof that you have risen into a version of yourself that no longer fits inside the world you once tried so hard to please. If you resonate with this truth and choose peace over the need to be understood, let the world know your strength. Comment below: I am at peace with who I am. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and activate the notification bell so you never miss more powerful insights from spiritual wisdom. In the end, remember this truth: your powerful aura isn't a problem, it's a gift. If some people feel intimidated by your presence, it only reveals their unhealed parts, not your flaws. Stand tall in who you are, protect your energy, and trust that those who are meant to stay will rise to meet you. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights into personal power and spiritual growth. Your journey continues here. 10 hidden signs you were born gifted. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Have you ever felt different, like you see and sense the world in a deeper way than most? Maybe it's not a flaw, but a hidden sign that you were born gifted. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover 10 subtle signs that reveal a rare kind of inner intelligence, one that connects intuition, empathy, and purpose. As you listen, ask yourself, which of these signs resonate with your own life? Comment your thoughts below, and let's begin this journey of self-discovery together, because understanding your gift is the first step toward personal growth and true happiness. 1. Giftedness is often misunderstood. Giftedness is often misunderstood, not because it hides, but because society rarely knows how to recognize it. It's not about high IQ scores or perfect grades. In fact, many truly gifted people spend their lives believing they are broken or flawed because their brilliance doesn't fit conventional molds. They feel too deeply, think too much, and sense the invisible patterns that others overlook. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that is exactly what the gifted soul must learn to embrace their contradictions as signs of spiritual awakening rather than symptoms of imbalance. They are born with a spiritual sensitivity that makes the ordinary world feel too shallow. Their minds wired to explore truth, meaning, and the deeper nature of existence. Those who are spiritually gifted often carry an inner conflict, a longing for belonging, and a simultaneous resistance to conformity. From childhood, they may have been told they are too intense, too emotional, too serious. But what others perceive as excess is in fact their soul's way of interpreting life at a higher frequency. They read energy the way others read words. They feel emotions like colors, vivid and alive. Their awareness stretches beyond logic into intuition, allowing them to pick up on what is unsaid, unseen, and unspoken. This sensitivity can be exhausting, but it is also sacred. It's a channel through which higher consciousness speaks. Carl Jung described individuation as the process of becoming whole. And for gifted individuals, this journey can feel like a battlefield between mind and spirit. They experience the world through layers of perception, constantly decoding symbols and synchronicities that others dismiss as coincidence. Their solitude is not isolation, it's initiation. The universe often pulls them away from noise and distraction so they can hear the truth within. These dark nights of the soul are not punishments, but passages through which the spirit expands. When they emerge, they carry wisdom that cannot be learned from books, only from surrender. Gifted souls live with an intensity that can be both a burden and a blessing. They absorb emotions like sponges, often confusing others' pain for their own. Yet within this emotional turbulence lies their greatest potential for transformation. Once they learn to manage their energy instead of being consumed by it, their empathy evolves into clarity. Their vulnerability becomes strength, and their intuition becomes guidance. What once felt like chaos begins to align into purpose. This is the true art of spirituality, turning sensitivity into wisdom and pain into awakening. Every challenge becomes a mirror, reflecting the parts of themselves they must integrate to grow. Spiritual awakening teaches that giftedness is not a destination, but a continuous process of remembering. These individuals are not meant to fit in. They are meant to elevate, to question, to inspire others simply by embodying truth. Their depth is not a curse, it's a compass. Their difference is not isolation, it's initiation. When they stop apologizing for their sensitivity and start embracing it as divine design, their entire perception of life shifts. They realize that giftedness is not about superiority, but about responsibility. The responsibility to live consciously, love deeply, and move through life with awareness that their energy shapes reality. Have you ever felt like your gifts were more of a burden than a blessing? If so, share your story in the comments so others can learn from your journey. If you're still discovering what makes you truly gifted, comment, "I'm awakening." And let's uncover the truth of your hidden potential together. 2. Restless mind. A restless mind is not a flaw. It is the signature of a gifted soul. You get bored easily, not because you are careless or impatient, but because your mind processes information at an extraordinary speed. Your thoughts race, your curiosity burns, and your awareness constantly hungers for something deeper. Ordinary routines or small talk cannot satisfy you because your inner world moves faster than the world outside. You crave mental stimulation, not out of distraction, but from a deep spiritual need to grow, evolve, and understand life beyond the surface. This restlessness is not a problem to fix. It is a sign that your consciousness is awakening to higher levels of perception. You can sense things others overlook. You pick up patterns, connections, and meanings hidden beneath what's visible. While many feel comfortable in repetition, you grow restless in stagnation. You need challenge, mystery, and depth to feel alive. Your mind is like a storm of creativity and insight, constantly forming new ideas and possibilities. This is the mark of spiritual intelligence, a consciousness expanding faster than it can be contained. But such a gift often brings loneliness. When others move slowly, you may feel misunderstood or out of place. Yet this very restlessness is your initiation into spiritual awakening. It pushes you to search for truth, to transcend limits, and to align your intellect with your soul. At times, this restless energy can feel overwhelming. It may keep you awake at night or make you feel disconnected from the world around you. But what if this inner movement is not chaos, but divine design? Carl Jung once said, "Restlessness is discontent, and discontent is the first necessity of progress." Your discontent is sacred. It is the universe speaking through your mind, urging you to keep evolving. Instead of silencing your mind, you can learn to direct it toward understanding, creativity, and transformation. Through spirituality and spiritual growth, your restlessness becomes your greatest teacher, reminding you that fulfillment doesn't come from stillness alone, but from conscious engagement with life's mysteries. The gifted mind is like a wild horse, untamed, powerful, and beautiful when free. You cannot force it to slow down through suppression. Instead, you must guide it through awareness. Meditation, mindful breathing, or deep reflection can help you channel this energy, not as chaos, but as clarity. When you learn to pause between thoughts, the noise softens and wisdom begins to speak. The restless mind finds peace not by escaping its speed, but by harmonizing it with the rhythm of the soul. You realize that true calm is not the absence of motion, but the mastery of it. Every restless thought, every craving for new experiences, every question that refuses to leave your mind, they all serve a purpose. They are signs that you were born to explore, to connect the seen and unseen, to bring spiritual wisdom into everyday life. Your restless mind is not your enemy, it is your compass. It leads you toward evolution, toward purpose, toward a deeper state of awareness where curiosity transforms into consciousness and movement becomes meaning. This is how your restlessness turns into revelation, the bridge between intellect and intuition, where the mind becomes a sacred instrument of spiritual growth. 3. Intense emotions. You feel everything so deeply that even the smallest moment can shake your entire being. When happiness arrives, it's overwhelming, almost divine, and when sadness comes, it feels like drowning in an ocean of your own thoughts. Yet this emotional depth is not weakness, it's your strength. As Carl Jung once said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. What you're feeling is life turned up to full volume. You don't just exist, you experience, absorb, and internalize the essence of everything around you. Your sensitivity is the language of your soul, the quiet proof that you were born gifted with a mind that sees meaning where others see none. You sense things others miss, the shift in someone's tone, the hidden sorrow in a smile, the energy that fills a room before anyone speaks. You feel people before you understand them, and often that sensitivity leaves you misunderstood. You've probably been told you're too emotional, too intense, or that you take things too seriously. But the truth is, your emotions are not flaws. They are your superpowers. They connect you to the collective pulse of humanity. You feel the pain others try to hide, and that empathy, though heavy, gives you the ability to heal, to guide, and to understand life at a level few ever reach. Jung believed that gifted people carry an inner tension between their spiritual depth and the outer world's shallow noise. That tension isn't punishment. It's the fire that shapes your consciousness. Sometimes, your heart feels like it's carrying the weight of the world. The suffering of others echoes inside you. Injustice, cruelty, or even silence pierces your being. But what if your emotions were never meant to break you, only to awaken you? Each tear you shed carves space for wisdom to enter. Each moment of heartbreak refines your compassion. Each burst of joy reminds you that your spirit still believes in beauty despite the chaos. The more deeply you feel, the more life teaches you to transform pain into art, confusion into understanding, and despair into a kind of sacred faith. According to Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, emotions are the bridge between your conscious self and the divine depths of your unconscious. Every emotion you experience carries a message, a mirror reflecting something you need to see or release. The sadness you run from is often an unopened door to your purpose. The anger you suppress may be the voice of your unclaimed power. Until you make the unconscious conscious, Jung said, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When you begin to listen to your emotions instead of escaping them, you no longer live by fate, you live by awareness. So when your emotions flood you, don't resist them. Feel them. Observe them. Let them move through you without fear. You are not too much. You are simply tuned to a higher frequency of life. This intensity is what allows you to see beyond the surface, to hear what souls whisper in silence, and to turn every experience into understanding. You were born to experience the full spectrum of human feeling so that through your awakening, others can learn to feel again. Your emotions are not storms to survive. They are the winds of transformation that carry your spirit toward its highest form of consciousness. 4. Self-doubt. Gifted people often live in a constant dialogue with their own minds, questioning every thought, decision, and path as if the act of doubt itself were a sacred ritual of self-examination. Their self-doubt does not arise from weakness, but from awareness, the kind of awareness that sees far beyond appearances. They notice every imperfection, every gap in understanding, and instead of admiring what they already know, they dwell on what they have yet to master. This creates a subtle but powerful tension between humility and brilliance. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And for gifted individuals, that privilege is often accompanied by the weight of relentless introspection. Their spirituality deepens through this process because each doubt becomes an invitation to look within, to confront the hidden chambers of the psyche where truth and fear coexist. In moments of self-doubt, the gifted person doesn't simply feel inadequate. They experience the echo of every possibility they haven't yet fulfilled. Their mind races not because it is weak, but because it is hungry for meaning, precision, and truth. They see what others overlook. They sense what others ignore. And this sensitivity, though profound, often becomes heavy to carry. In the silence of their thoughts, they replay every word, every action, every missed opportunity, seeking to understand what they could have done better. Yet this endless analysis is also the mark of spiritual awakening. For when the ego dissolves, the mind becomes aware not of what it owns, but of what it still has to learn. And this humility is the soil where wisdom begins to bloom. Self-doubt for the gifted is like a mirror that reflects both their light and their shadow. They do not merely question their ability. They question their purpose, their place in the universe, and the meaning of their existence. Jung believed that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When gifted people doubt themselves, it is often the unconscious whispering to them, calling them to recognize their unseen depths. It is not failure trying to destroy them, but the psyche trying to awaken them. Every wave of uncertainty, every moment of hesitation becomes a sacred test of faith, an opportunity to transcend old versions of themselves and to align their outer life with the quiet knowing of their soul. The spiritually awakened mind understands that doubt and growth walk hand in hand. Without doubt, there is no expansion. Without humility, there is no transformation. For those who are truly gifted, confidence does not come from certainty, but from awareness that every unanswered question, every moment of hesitation is part of the journey towards self-realization. Their spirituality teaches them that to be human is to be in constant evolution, to oscillate between fear and faith, shadow and light, until both dissolve into one. And so, the gifted continue their path, carrying their self-doubt not as a curse, but as a compass, a reminder that the greatest minds are not those who claim to know everything, but those who never stop searching. 5. Obsessive focus. When something captures your attention so deeply that you can't rest until you've fully unraveled its meaning, that's not mere stubbornness. It's the mark of a gifted mind. Obsessive focus is the sacred fire that burns within those who are born to understand what lies beneath the surface. In spirituality, this intensity isn't a flaw. It's a divine signal from your higher self, calling you to explore the mysteries that others overlook. When an idea, problem, or vision takes hold of you and refuses to let go, it's your soul recognizing alignment with your true path. Carl Jung believed that the ability to concentrate deeply bridges the conscious and unconscious worlds, and through that bridge, the self awakens to its hidden wisdom. That's why you may find yourself unable to stop thinking, researching, or creating until clarity emerges. It's not an obsession. Its purpose is expressing itself through you. This inner pull can make you seem distant or preoccupied, but it's actually a profound form of devotion. Think of a composer lost in the melody that only they can hear, or an inventor so immersed in thought that time disappears. You may forget to eat, lose track of hours, or feel an unstoppable rush of insight that arrives like divine lightning in the night. You're not distracted, you're connected to something greater. In moments of deep focus, the boundaries between you and what you study begin to dissolve, revealing the spiritual truth that the observer and the observed are one. This is not just concentration, it's a form of spiritual growth, a moment when consciousness expands beyond the ordinary and touches the essence of creation itself. Yet even this sacred fire must be tended carefully. When your focus becomes too consuming, it can trap you in endless loops of perfectionism and restlessness. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Your focus must serve your awakening, not enslave it. True mastery lies in knowing when to surrender, to step back, breathe, and allow your intuition to speak. When guided by awareness, obsessive focus transforms from mental pressure into spiritual flow. It becomes a meditative state in motion, where every thought, every detail, every breakthrough becomes part of your soul's evolution. Those who misunderstand your intensity might call it strange or excessive, but what they see as obsession is simply your deep relationship with meaning. Gifted souls don't chase distractions. They dive into depth. They feel an inner demand to reach truth, not comfort to understand rather than escape. Spirituality teaches that this hunger for knowledge is the language of the soul, reminding you that curiosity is sacred. Your fixation is not madness. It's devotion to the unseen pattern behind life. Every sleepless night spent solving, creating, or learning is proof that your consciousness is expanding, preparing you for higher understanding. So when you find yourself caught in that familiar state of relentless focus, remember, it's not a weakness to be cured. It's a compass pointing you toward your evolution. What others call obsession is often the soul's way of saying, "Don't stop now." You're close to the truth. Each moment of deep engagement refines your mind and strengthens your spirit, awakening you to the vast intelligence that flows through all things. This is how spiritual growth unfolds, not in comfort, but in the sacred fire of focus that turns thought into wisdom and effort into awakening. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss a moment of insight on your spiritual awakening. If today's message about obsessive focus helped you understand your own gift on a deeper level, share this video with someone who needs it. And type in the comments, "My focus is my divine power." 6. Heightened sensitivity. Your heightened sensitivity is not a weakness. It is one of the hidden signs that you were born gifted. You may find yourself easily overstimulated by bright lights, loud noises, or rough textures. Yet this sensitivity also allows you to experience the world with a depth and vividness that most people cannot imagine. You don't just see. You feel every detail, every vibration, every subtle shift in the atmosphere. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And part of that journey is realizing that your sensitivity is not a flaw to fix, but a gift to understand. You are like a finely tuned instrument, one that resonates with the energy of life itself. This sensitivity means you perceive beauty, emotion, and truth on frequencies others may never reach. And while it can sometimes feel overwhelming, it also makes you spiritually awake to the interconnectedness of all things. When you walk into a room, you can sense the unspoken emotions lingering in the air before anyone speaks. You can feel when someone is hiding sadness behind a smile, or when tension fills the silence. This is not imagination. It is energy recognition. Carl Jung believed that sensitivity is the foundation of intuition, the bridge that connects the conscious and unconscious realms. Your system absorbs the emotions, intentions, and vibrations of others because your awareness operates beyond logic. That's why crowds can feel draining and superficial conversations can feel unbearable. You are not reacting too much. You are simply processing life at a higher resolution. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that the more awake your senses are, the more responsibility you carry to protect your peace and maintain your balance. Your gift allows you to detect hidden truths, but it also requires you to master energetic boundaries so you don't carry what isn't yours. This heightened awareness is often the mark of an old soul, someone who came into this world already knowing how to feel deeply. It is the same quality that inspired great visionaries, artists, and mystics throughout history. People whose sensitivity allowed them to translate invisible emotions into poetry, music, and innovation. They didn't see their sensitivity as fragility. They saw it as the doorway to creativity and spiritual awakening. As Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. You might have suffered because of how deeply you feel, but that very depth is what shapes your wisdom, empathy, and understanding. You are capable of perceiving patterns in chaos, hearing meaning in silence, and finding divine order where others see confusion. You may often feel like you are too much for the world, too emotional, too aware, too intense, but in truth, you are exactly as you are meant to be. Sensitivity is not about weakness. It is about perception. It allows you to tune into life's hidden rhythms, to sense divine timing, and to align your actions with your soul's calling. The world needs people like you, people who can feel beyond the surface and bring light to what is unseen. The key is to honor this part of yourself instead of fighting it. Protect your space, listen to your intuition, and use your empathy with intention. Your sensitivity is not something to escape. It is your spiritual compass guiding you toward truth. Through this lens of spiritual wisdom and Carl Jung's insight, you begin to see that your sensitivity is the universe's way of awakening you. It teaches you to slow down, to notice what others ignore, and to live in alignment with the subtleties of existence. You are not fragile. You are finely tuned to the divine frequency of life itself. The lesson hidden within your sensitivity is this: the more deeply you feel, the more deeply you can love, create, and awaken. And when you learn to embrace that, you stop surviving your sensitivity and start thriving through it. 7. Pattern recognition. You naturally see patterns where others see randomness, connecting events, emotions, and experiences with a clarity that feels almost prophetic. This ability to detect hidden order isn't just intelligence, it's a reflection of a deep spiritual awakening. Your mind operates like a finely tuned instrument, always decoding meaning beneath the surface of life, linking what appears unrelated into one continuous thread of purpose. What others dismiss as coincidence, you recognize as synchronicity. What others call luck, you understand as divine timing. This isn't imagination, it's intuition aligned with higher consciousness, a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms that few truly perceive. Your analytical intelligence doesn't stop at logic. It expands into emotional and spiritual insight. You notice how patterns in your relationships repeat until lessons are learned, how emotions return until they're released, and how opportunities resurface until you are ready to embrace them. Carl Jung once said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Your gift of pattern recognition is the essence of this truth. It reveals how energy moves, how cycles unfold, and how your inner world shapes your outer experience. You are not merely thinking. You are perceiving life through the language of symbols, archetypes, and hidden design. Yet with this heightened perception often comes a sense of isolation. Because while others drift through life unaware, you stand at the edge of awareness, feeling both the beauty and burden of seeing too much. You understand connections that others overlook, and this can make you feel misunderstood or out of place. But what feels like alienation is actually initiation, a call to awaken deeper spiritual wisdom. You are being guided to recognize that nothing in your life happens at random, that every challenge, every person, every emotion is part of a greater pattern shaping your soul's evolution. The moment you stop resisting and start observing, you begin to understand that spirituality is not about escaping reality, but about decoding it. When you walk through life with this awareness, everything becomes meaningful. You begin to read the world like a sacred text. The way a stranger looks at you, the repetition of numbers, the timing of a conversation, even the silence between words all become signs from the universe. This level of perception is not just a skill, it's a responsibility, because the more awake you are, the more clearly you see the interconnectedness of all things. It's as if the universe itself whispers to you in patterns, guiding your steps toward transformation. So when you notice these recurring connections, when your intuition warns you, or your mind links events that others ignore, understand that this is your soul communicating through consciousness. You were not meant to live on the surface. You were meant to dive deep, to trace the hidden geometry of existence, and to bring light to what others overlook. In spirituality, this is not an accident, but a sign of awakening. The same wisdom Carl Jung described when he said the psyche speaks in symbols. Your gift is not to simply think, but to see, to read between the lines of life and translate energy into understanding. This is the true art of spiritual awakening. The realization that every moment, no matter how ordinary, is part of a greater pattern woven by divine intelligence. 8. Perfectionism. Perfectionism is not vanity. It is a quiet, spiritual hunger for excellence that lives deep within you. You don't chase perfection to impress others. You chase it because you see infinite room for improvement in everything you touch. There's an inner voice that whispers, "You can do better, refine more, reach higher," and you can't silence it. You sense possibilities others overlook, details others ignore, patterns others miss. It's as if your soul is wired to polish reality until it aligns with the vision in your mind. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and your perfectionism is part of that journey." It's not about control. It's about harmony between your potential and your expression, between your inner truth and the world that receives it. You notice the slightest imbalance, the faintest imperfection, the smallest deviation from what feels right. To others, your standards may seem unreachable, but to you, they're natural because your mind doesn't stop at good enough. You see creation as something sacred, and every act of improvement is a form of devotion. This is where spirituality meets craftsmanship, the unseen art of aligning the human and the divine through attention, effort, and presence. Your drive to perfect things is not ego, it's reverence for possibility. Yet sometimes, this gift feels heavy. You may find yourself revising endlessly, doubting your progress, feeling haunted by the thought that it's still not there yet. But this restlessness is not a flaw. It's evidence of a soul that knows evolution never ends. Still, perfectionism carries a paradox. It fuels growth, but it can also exhaust you. You hold yourself to impossible standards, and when you fall short, you suffer quietly, believing you failed. But what if this striving is your spiritual training ground? What if the lesson isn't about reaching perfection, but learning to see beauty, even in the unfinished? True spiritual growth begins when you allow yourself to be both the sculptor and the sculpture, constantly shaping, yet never condemning. Jung reminded us, no tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. In the same way, your pursuit of excellence must embrace imperfection. For without flaws, there would be no evolution, no wisdom, no soul. The deeper truth is that perfectionism, when guided by love and awareness, becomes sacred discipline. It transforms anxiety into artistry, fear into focus, self-criticism into self-mastery. Each time you strive to improve, you're not chasing an illusion. You're refining your alignment with your higher self. But the real mastery comes when you learn to release control, to trust that your effort is enough, to surrender the need for flawless outcomes and instead cherish the process of becoming. That is the highest form of spirituality, turning the endless climb for perfection into a dance of acceptance and grace. When you reach that understanding, perfectionism no longer imprisons you. It liberates you, teaching you that true perfection is not about the absence of flaws, but the presence of awareness, love, and purpose in everything you do. 9. Feeling out of place. You've always felt like you didn't quite belong, haven't you? Like your mind moves in directions others can't follow. Like you're seeing the world through a lens too sharp for most people to handle. You sense things others overlook, and your thoughts seem to travel to places where logic and intuition meet. This is not a weakness. It's one of the hidden signs that you were born gifted. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth holds deep spiritual wisdom, because your difference is not a flaw to hide, but a divine design that sets you apart for a purpose. There were times you tried to fit in, to silence the parts of yourself that felt too deep, too intense, too curious. Yet the more you tried to conform, the more alien you felt. Jung taught that the shoe that fits one person pinches another, reminding us that life doesn't offer one-size-fits-all paths. Your journey was meant to be unconventional. That sense of isolation you've felt isn't punishment, it's preparation. The universe often pulls gifted souls away from the noise of the world so they can hear their inner voice clearly. That quiet whisper of intuition, that feeling that something greater is guiding you, is not imagination. It's your compass calling you home to your truth. You experience emotions in high definition. You feel pain deeply, but you also experience beauty and joy with unmatched intensity. This sensitivity can make life overwhelming at times, but it's also your greatest superpower. It allows you to read between the lines, to feel what others can't say, to sense energy before words are spoken. You were born to notice the invisible, the emotional, the spiritual, the energetic patterns that shape existence. Many people live on the surface. You were born to explore the depths. That's the nature of spiritual awakening. It begins when you stop judging your sensitivity and start recognizing it as a sacred gift. Carl Jung believed that our life's purpose is to make the unconscious conscious, to integrate what is hidden within us into awareness. When you feel different or misunderstood, it's often because you've glimpsed truths others aren't yet ready to see. Your mind and spirit operate on a higher frequency, one that challenges you to bring clarity where there is confusion. And while this awareness can make you feel alone, it also makes you a light in a world still half asleep. You are not meant to follow the crowd. You are meant to illuminate what lies beyond it. Rumi once wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." That's the essence of your being vast, deep, and immeasurable. So when you find yourself standing apart, remember that every moment of solitude is sculpting your strength. Each time you feel unseen, the universe is teaching you how to see yourself. Every misunderstanding is a mirror, asking you to trust your own perception. Feeling out of place is simply your soul's way of saying you were never meant to stay small. You are here to bring spiritual wisdom to a world that often forgets its own soul. As Carl Jung revealed, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens. And the very fact that you've always felt different is proof that you are already awakening slowly, powerfully, into the extraordinary being you were always meant to be. 10. Endless curiosity and deep focus. You were never meant to accept life at face value because your mind was designed to question, to peel back layers, to seek the truth behind appearances. This endless curiosity that drives you is not a sign of restlessness. It's a sign of higher intelligence and spiritual sensitivity. You don't just see what is, you sense what could be. When others stop at why bother, you begin with why. Your questions are the sparks that ignite your growth, each one pushing you closer to spiritual awakening. Carl Jung once said, "To ask the right question is already half the solution of a problem." That is why your mind refuses to rest. It is not chasing chaos. It is chasing clarity. Your curiosity is the inner compass of your soul, guiding you toward wisdom that can't be found in textbooks, but only through deep personal revelation. This same inner force fuels your remarkable focus. When something matters to you, the rest of the world fades into the background, and you become fully absorbed, time dissolves, and you enter what scientists call flow, but what mystics recognize as communion with the divine. In that state, your consciousness expands beyond logic. You are not just thinking, you are becoming the thought. Jung called this the bridge between the conscious and the unconscious mind, the sacred space where inspiration is born. Your focus is not mere discipline, it's devotion. It is how your soul interacts with the universe, how spirit channels through you to create, to innovate, to reveal. This is why you might lose track of hours when working on a project or exploring an idea that fascinates you, because in those moments, you are aligned with purpose. Yet this gift often makes you feel misunderstood. People may see you as obsessive or too intense, but what they don't understand is that depth is your natural habitat. You were never meant to skim the surface. You were meant to dive. Your mind hungers for meaning, not distraction. You question everything because you sense there's always more to uncover, more to understand. You are not detached from reality. You are deeply connected to it on a level that most never reach. Your endless curiosity is not rebellion. It's reverence for truth. And your ability to focus is not a flaw. It's the mark of a spiritually attuned mind that refuses to waste energy on the trivial. This is what true spirituality looks like, not passively accepting what is told, but actively exploring what is hidden. Your curiosity is the fire that awakens the sleeping parts of your consciousness, and your focus is the vessel that channels that energy into creation and mastery. Together, they make you a seeker, a thinker, and a creator of new realities. When you merge your questioning nature with your deep focus, you don't just learn, you transform. And in that transformation lies the very essence of spiritual wisdom, the ability to see through illusion and uncover the living truth that lies beneath everything you touch, study, and become. Remember, true spiritual gifts often hide beneath layers of humility, solitude, and quiet observation. If today's message helped you recognize your own inner light, honor it and let it grow. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need this awakening, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the mysteries of Carl Jung's truth and your own spiritual evolution.